Hello. Good morning. Hold on 1 second. Excuse me. We go for that. For rotation, we got this. Okay. Oh, Oakley. Hey, thanks for the raid on your birthday yesterday. Let's go, bro. Also, happy birthday to you. I hope you had a great one. Also, good morning. Alright, we got Beans, we got Cat, got Maud. Did you sleep? Kind of. Yeah. The heck you mean, kinda? uh, I don't know. Dexter comported, Bob Dole comported, Reaper, Gonzo, Lee comported, guys. Good one, let's get it. How's it going, Karma? No PlayStation? No PlayStation today. I don't know if we'll be able to get through all of Xbox's segment today. Gonna try broadside to build today. Wish me luck. Tot speed, Reapers. Alright. So today, cause alright, so yeah, short and sweet of like what we're doing today. And also the reason why I'm not or today's gonna be a shorter stream. I got a couple or a lot of things that I gotta do today. This morning was really busy, so this is kind of why I wasn't able to start. I started pretty late. But today we're gonna be working on like beginner builds. This music, super happy. But we're gonna be working on beginner builds. The reason why I'm doing air quotes is because it's not restricted to like lower levels. It is for well, really any level. This is to kind of give you a gauge on the bare minimum required to do raids now. Not only that, it should technically work for all weapons, but it is primarily going to focus on what is it called? Primarily going to focus on heavy guns. But this was a build that I was running last night for a video that I didn't finish because I was getting pissed off. Oh my gosh. I was so bad making that video for no reason. No reason at all. Cause as I was like and I got stuck on the introduction for like 6 hours. The first minute of the video I got stuck on for 6 hours because I was just getting mad. Because I could see all the annoying comments already for beginner build. So I was like, oh, I want to address it. 6 hours of PlayStation tomorrow, then to make up for this betrayal. I'm sorry, Dark. I'm sorry. But man, I really hope at least to fix the Pip-Boy lock in a day. Oh my gosh. If they focus on like the Pip-Boy stuff, I'd be happy. The Pip-Boy stuff has really been breaking my heart recently. Alright, hold on, I gotta pull up my quick clip. I can't remember what perk cards. Because technically it's supposed to be for a human build, but I don't have... or my human build here on PC is not... is not free at the moment. He is a wee bit thick. Get. Cake, how's it going? Franchise, good morning. And wake up, bake up, get your cake up. How's it going, Yummy? Hope you're having a wonderful day. It's good to see you.
Hello there.
It's a little unfortunate. That's okay. We're gonna imagine that this is Ironclad, Natural Resistance, and Thirst Quencher. We'll have it on Xbox though when we swap over a little bit later. But I'm gonna show you guys the bare minimum requirements to run a raid. But one thing I'd also like to mention is I think humans might be tankier than ghouls. I need my lucids. I need to use lucids. That's the only thing. That's the only reason why I'm saying this, is because I keep forgetting I use troubleshooters. Not vanguards, not lucids, troubleshooters. Now the only reason why I'm in my head and why I'm saying it is that is why I think ghouls or human builds might be tankier than ghouls. Actually, let me show you something. This is a clip that I was going to use for the beginner video. This is the clip I was going to use for the beginner build video. Look at this. There's one hit. You know, half my health is gone as a full health. There's another hit, half my health. Using regular stims. I'm gonna come up just a little bit further. There's one hit. No, half health is gone. There's another, there's a third. 3 in a row. Alive. 3 hits in a row. At least my ghoul right now with troubleshooters cannot do that. He could barely take one. Because he's using troubleshooters. So I'm like, do I have a different armor set? I don't know what armor set that is. Cover 2 shot Gauss pretty good. Outside, destroy the snake in 29 seconds. Hell yeah, dude. Just watched a YouTube video about an AI girlfriend epidemic. Yikes. Some of the benefits Marlurks doesn't account, right? Meaning you get less of carry weight? No, you get the full amount of carry weight if you retake the mutation as an herbivore. But you'll get max carry weight if you have carnivore. Macram, good morning, good morning. Andre, thank you for the lurk. Pilot, good morning. Beans, that's a lot of unequipped perk card packs you got, that's right. And you're having a day where I'm at work, so it is a day, but happy so many lovely people are around. I understand. The Discord cosmetic gun build from last season is still good, right? Yeah. I mean, I do have a updated version, Blow. I do have one for both full health, bloodied, and for ghouls. How long till PlayStation? We won't be doing PlayStation today, Revis, unfortunately. Hi Nick, good morning, Luco. Ness, good morning. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. The day is good. Busy. Are you gonna make a human beginner build too? Yes, the human beginner build is supposed to, or the beginner build is supposed to be for humans. That's supposed to give you, or it's technically all builds, because it's the bare minimum requirements to do damage with heavy guns, most weapons in general, and the bare minimum requirements to run a raid. Which we're going to kind of show you guys here. Because I have like a bunch of clips and already all ready to go. I'll probably end up using those clips still for the video. But in short, granted, I do have a lot more experience under my belt when it comes to raiding. But oh, what do you call
Hello
it?
there.
The build is tanky and strong enough to handle it, and it can solo the snake. Not in any kind of like crazy fast manner, because when it comes to beginner builds, I don't try to use buffs. I don't try to use anything that, you know, mid or end game would end up using. To keep it as simple as possible, so then leave it up to the player, and hopefully they realize like, oh, so this is like the kind of close to the base value or base damage that the build can do. So if I added mods, if I added buffs, I could be stronger. But Red, Scarlet, good morning. Thank you, Scarlet, for the 25 stream streak. F-Bomb Mom, how's it going? Good morning. Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. Donnie, good morning. Jickle, good morning. And Clearly Vague, hey, could you tell me what the best mods for the Enclave Plasma Flamer? Good question. I think it's stabilized for the Flamer setup if you want to go for like the snake clear. I usually go double aligned for crit build. Vague. Are you doing raids? Yes. Now also another thing when it comes to the beginner build, I use the T51 armor set. Now T51 is a little bit harder to get because the plans come from the plans do come from, what are they called? Mire maps. Or not well, not specifically Mire maps, but Mire maps and Cranberry Bog maps. Is Solo Guardian vid you did last season still viable? Yeah. Minus blocker. And maybe you could swap out Furious for 2-shot for the 1-star. Is he best for cannonball? Yes. Yeah, two-shot explosive is the best combination you can use for the cannonball. Me who keeps getting T51B plans when my main is T45, like pulling teeth from a shark to get a good day from Nick. Trying to get the multi-cannon on PlayStation. You got this, brother. And is runners worth it? Or should I stick with rangers? Rangers for damage, runners for specifically stage 2, honestly. If you're using it as a, fuel running setup. But I definitely wouldn't use it over rangers if you're looking for damage. Oh no. Alright, that's fine. Oh, this is gonna be kind of jank, but I think it'll be okay. This is actually perfect. But Andres, Franchise, and Inferno will have you guys in for the first set of raids. Actually, no. We'll keep it as a, we'll keep it as it is. Holy crap, dude, I have nothing. That's fine. Oakley dokley. Now, this isn't going to be like the best representation of what I'm trying to show. Because I don't have... I thought I did, but I don't have... everything I need. Which is okay. Because the whole thing is supposed to be a human setup. And then listing off like the...
Hello there.
like the basic requirements to do the raid. But we don't have any kind of like... I could go mutants, I guess, for my human, but I don't have the resources to do it. But for human, overeaters, because it's easy to manage. And then, of course, you have mutants bolstering for your other options. The other thing that I was going to use was powered for your 2-star, because pair it with a crit setup. You don't have to use coffees. You don't have to rely on any kind of 4-stars, because then you have the passive regen. And then you could pair it with a company tea, which we'll be using company's tea over the powered because I don't have powered. I mean, I guess I could probably go for Vanguards. No. Don't forget Blight Soup, we're not going to use any kind of buffs. No buffs. Although I think I still have buffs active from the other day. Yeah, I still have a little bit of buffs. That's fine though. I'll be okay. What's the best beginner weapon for raids? You have a couple options. Um, oh, hold on, we're gonna have to reset this, guys. You have a couple options. You have, if you're able to actually get your hands on it, a base Gauss minigun, pepper shaker, um, Gatling plasma, or the minigun. You can use Elder's Mark as well. But if you're gonna go for like anything else, there's also a larger variety of weapons. As Dark said, Elder's Mark. I need to move a ton of junk from your ghoul to your new human. And we'll level 50. And Red, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. Might have missed my message, but would you have a conductors? I can get the box mods if needed. Yeah, I could craft it. Where are you on the human build streak? I might have missed what you were testing. Well, the beginner setup, doing it as a human is like the base of practically all builds. Even for ghouls. If I was a ghoul, this would be cards I would be using. A lot of them. But of course, turning into a ghoul, getting more levels would throw on faulty spots, and of course the choice of the player throw on glowing criticals, that'd be the main change here. And then here in intelligence, we would have things like science monster. And then since we won't have access to thirst quencher, natural resistance, or iron stomach, we'd opt that in for ironclad. Or not ironclad, glowing gut. But everything else, from strength to perception to charisma, the majority of intelligence, all of agility, and half of luck, it's all human cards. So, for level 50-ish players, it's like level 50 plus. The only reason why I'm saying level 50 is because we're using 49 points and a rank 1 strength card. So a total of 50 points. And that's all you need to deal damage is 50 points. Because you have your Furious, you go 2-shot, you go Furious, you go quad, you can still take advantage of these perk cards. All your damage, a lot of your damage will come from these as well. And then of course you have your main for your heavy guns, your quad weapons, your high ammo cap weapons. You have lock and load, bullet shield, tightly wound, bringing the big guns, your bullet stacks. Up to 180% increased damage from that. And then for me, I always try to push crits because crits are where the damage is at. But of course you can do the non-crit versions, but we're going crits. But crits, better criticals, critical savvy. Since it's a lower level build and I'm trying to cater towards those who don't have 4 stars, we're using other cards like 4-leaf clover, psychopath, because this allows players to fill their crits if they miss, fill their crits if they're hip firing while their charge is going up, so then they can guarantee their crit immediately. Allowing players to not be as consistent but still be consistent enough without the appropriate resources to crit every other shot. And the reason why, for anyone who might be wondering, is like, well, you're using a Gauss, why aren't you using a Science? Or if you're using a pepper shaker and you're using a plasma, why aren't you using Science? Well, the simple thing that you can do, there you go, you can use Science. But since we're not using a Gauss with any mods, you don't need Science. And since we're not using a pepper shaker with plasma, we don't need Science. And if we decided to use a commando weapon like an Elder's Mark, a Flamer, really anything, because this is the basic build for most weapons. Bullet stacks will eventually be or not eventually, but it's optional for commandos, but you can use it for Elder's Mark because it's the only weapon that gets pushed for commandos. But regardless of what happens in the future, if it's 2-shot gets nerfed, it's still going to work for Furious. If 2-shot stays the same, well, 2-shot's going to stay the same. you still have the extra damage. Regardless of what happens, this is future proof because this is the most basic setup that you can do for damage for any build. And then of course, if you are 150, 200, 500, 3000, doesn't matter what your level is, you can build off of this. So again, if you're using a maxed out intelligence card and you want to add more to this, you definitely can. And it'd be super duper easy as a ghoul. Science, monster, and science. Now you have some extra damage. Or if you're a human build and you wanted to go bloodied, you got your nerd rage, and then you have 3 free points that you can use elsewhere, or whatever the situation might be. You can mold this into whatever you want because you have the basics, the bare minimum. Now I'll show you guys that here. Now, another thing that I was going to do was like show like a regular black powder with a crippling setup. But I decided not to. Because I'm pretty sure the comments would get flooded with, have you seen Quad Assault on head? Yes. Yes, I have. And yes, you can use the Quad Assault on head to cripple the shield as a lower level as well. Because the requirements for that, just like the dragon, are very, very easy. Quad, crippling, both of the crippling perk cards for small guns, the Forcer, what was it called? Modern Renegade, and then of course your crit cards. And then you'll have your what is it called? Your shield breaker. Now, although the damage is not like insanely OP, this is like the most basic setup that you can do, and you can see we're actually assisting with the damage. It's not anything super melty or OP like that, but we also got to keep in mind that I'm not using 2-shot. We're using Furious, we're using faster fire rate, and we have only the Tesla coil capacitor. I didn't realize that I had this on, but we're not. I'm gonna have to get that off. But it's not a lot of extra damage, or we're not doing a ton of extra damage like we would if we had a fully mid-max setup. I don't think I actually got hit. I was hoping to get shot because I wanted to see what the damage was like. Want to see Nick do a pipe weapon run? I got you. I got you. Easy peasy, baby. I think I still have my pipe weapon from last season. Because we did a pipe weapon run. Yes, I think really early on in the season. I don't know if I still have it though. Yes, I do. But that'll be another time. That'll be another time. It's really dumb. And it should be more dumb now with 2-shot, because I'll probably end up swapping it to 2-shot. Hold on, let me swap that out because I'm gonna forget. What do I recommend things so as to not be squishy? For humans, overeaters. In the most simple fashion, overeaters. Because you don't need mutations. You don't need... You don't need mutations, and you don't need really anything. It's just a free 200 additional HP. Free 200 HP, which makes a massive difference. How come no PlayStation today? Today is going to be a little bit of a shorter stream. I don't even think I'll be able to get through all of Xbox. The reason why is it's been a really busy day so far. Um, I have been, or I have a lot that I'll be doing today. Packing, organizing, making sure things are good to go for when I leave. But I didn't want to leave you guys hanging today. Hold on. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'm so sorry. Yeah, busy day. Busy day. Going to the motherland, yeah. It'll be first time out. It should be fun. Load setting, are you the type where you're 12 hours early to at your flights? No, we'll probably end up going like 5 hours early. Or maybe even earlier, only because we have an unreasonable amount of boxes to check in. That's the one thing I'm not really excited for. Is lugging 12 boxes around. Oh. But it should be fun. Going. It's kind of funny. My mom expects me to be splurging like crazy when we go there. I was like, no. Oh, what the hell? Yeah, she was like, you better have a lot of money on you so you could buy things. I was like, I'm not buying anything. What? I'm going just to chill. I'm gonna miss you. I'll be trying to stream. I'll definitely be trying to stream while I'm there on my downtimes, like when we're not doing anything at all for the day, or like maybe super late at night, which would be super early in the morning for the States. Will probably be like around this time, if I'm able to. And when are you leaving? Thursday. Thursday. Well, depends since the dollar is powerful there. Oh, it won't depend. I know I'm not gonna spend a lot. I'm going there with the mindset to not spend money. Because I'm a frugal boy. I don't buy things I want. I can only convince myself to buy things I absolutely need. And then gifts. all the people that I would get gifts for is gonna be there with me. Um, so thankfully, I don't need to spend money on gifts. I'm a single Pringle, and yeah, I'm gonna use that from now on. A better word for cheap. Yeah, I mean, basically. And for yourself, the experience is more than enough for me. I'm very, very frugal. I don't know if that's a good thing, but I've had a lot of tough times, so it's very valuable to me, so I've allowed that feeling with no sugarcoating of frugal as hell too. He lives only for love and air, that's right. I say that because I'm cheap. Well, frugal now. I don't mind spending on others. But yeah, since there's no one to spend it on, it's only me. I don't I don't need cool or fun things. I need things to help me survive. I'll do it in the most reasonable manner. How many bundles today will be reskins? Many. Many. In fact, all of them. Buy a fish farm while you're there? That's a good idea. Passive income. How's it going, Pixel? Hope you're having a good day. Watch your pennies and pound. Look after themselves is what you're... And the pound will look after themselves is what my dad taught me. That's a good investment there. It's funny when I told my dad that we're gonna go to the we'll be visiting the Philippines. It's like, ah, it's like maybe you'll come back with a wife. I was like, what? You too? Like, yes, because that's really going to work out. He was like, ah, you never know. Like, I may not know, but I also know at the same time. Father. Your destiny, Nick. Apparently. She'll speak full Tagalog and I won't know what she's saying. I'm gonna have to use a translator. Mom! I'm kidding. Oh my, dude, you know how embarrassing that'd be? This talking to me is like, what is she saying? Mom, can you translate? I got it. Werewolves, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day. What the hell is this woman saying? Now she'll know what that you're close to family if you do that. No, so they'll probably be talking crap about me together as a family. But yeah, I totally forgot what I was like, just kind of dazed right there. But yeah, that is stage 3 with our rinky dinky beginner setup. Even though this is supposed to be for ghouls, we're doing it for or it's supposed to be for humans, we're doing it with our ghoul build. But quite tanky, no glow. Gotta close that door. And that was actually one of the more natural experiences for like no insta melts, which was nice. And then for the shield, or not the shield, what is it called? For the crystals for this stage, to kind of put it into even more simple terms, is you don't need anything crazy. I like to use the pump shotgun if I have it. Holy crap, I don't have it. Alright. We're gonna use the combat shotgun. Now, I don't think the combat shotgun actually has enough damage to deal with this, but we're gonna use it anyway. Now, the whole purpose of this, and why we're gonna be using this build majority of the day, is for any of our newer friends who are trying to run raids with us, to hopefully give you guys a little bit more confidence in terms of potentially trying out the raids soon or in the near future. Of course, you don't have to do it now. But also to kind of help anyone who was wondering, like, so what is so how I'm not doing a lot of damage, how do I do a lot of damage? Or how can I increase my damage for the weapons that I use? And using just this simple setup is like the base, again, for all builds. With a couple minor changes depending on the weapon and legendary choice. Because for any of our newer friends, the raids are about 1 billion times easier than they were before. Like, this is T51B. It is a little bit harder to get, I guess, because you have to either find the pieces or use Meyer Cranberry Bog maps to get them. But you can use, if you have access to Ultraside or if you have access to T65, again, this is not restricted to purely beginner players that are level 50. This is for anyone. The only reason why I'm marking it as beginner is because we're only using 50 points for our perk build. So if you're level 200 and you have more legendary perk cards to use, or ranked up legendary perk cards to use, and you're using different specials, it'll give you more freedom to to create your own build, or to start making your way towards more of the endgame builds that you might be interested in. Because if you take this setup here and then you put it up against let's say my build, you're gonna see all of those damage cards in practically every single build. Commandos, shotguns, our heavy gunner builds. The only difference you'll see them in is like things like pistol builds or single fire weapon builds that don't have over 300 rounds or multi-shot. And the reason for that is because of the ammo cap. There's not enough rounds for them to take advantage of bullet stacks. But you'll still see onslaught. You know? But good morning, Mark. Hope you're having a good day. And you could spare get a wife and get her to grind out canned coffee on the platform you aren't playing at the same time you're on other platforms to keep you topped off. You know, that's a good idea. Or I could have my brother do that. No, I'm kidding. I don't trust him with my accounts. Some cultures are more family oriented. Oh, absolutely. Filipinos are very family oriented. And it's usually Easterners and good morning party people. Damn Hex, you stole a punch on Jamboree. Respect? Hell yeah. That's it done. The miner wanted those cheeks. Good morning, Bash. Use Raider PA? I actually wanted to do Raider PA. But I feel like it's easier to get other better armors. What about this stage? Well, for this stage, it's about the same. I mean, we don't have a lot of health, so we're not, like, super duper tanky. But you can see we don't need really anything to... Or we don't really need to be afraid of this guy and his damage. We're using regular stims. I'm just gonna pop one stim. I have 9 stims on me. So I'll probably end up dying because I'll over-stim. But you don't need to... You don't really need anything for this guy. You just need to make sure that you take out his tail if your team can't kill him super duper fast. But that's one stim pack. I don't have Field Surgeon. I don't have the other perk card, First Aid. That is how weak they have made the raids. Yeah, I mean, we're not doing like crazy damage because again, we don't have all the mods, we don't have buffs active, and of course we can be a bit stronger if we had more perk cards, but it's more than enough to hold our own for the raid. Hold our own to do the snake. You know what I mean? And in the instance that you guys end up, or if you're doing a snake, this is just for everybody. But in the instance that you accidentally get a invisible snake, pop a vat, see where he's at, and light him up. Look how they massacred my boy. Kinda sad, really. Was the only challenging content in the game? Yeah. Now, I don't know if the snake change was intentional. I don't know if a lot of the things that they implemented in the game was intentional, but best believe that if they make any changes, that's going to be their excuse. Because that is what they've been leaning on with everything they got if something doesn't go right. Hex, Red Eye, Luco, you guys are going to be up next for the raids. How do you get EXO 1? You can get EXO 1 by completing the Enclave questline. Once you finish the Enclave questline, it's in the general quarters in a terminal. The easiest PA to get maybe Excavator. I mean, you literally get all the plans for both of those for free. Yeah.
After.
But Shadow looking to use the ghoul build. It's a good build. It is a good build. It is endgame though. If you want like a basic setup for it, this is what we're actually doing for because it's going to be in the next video. And we're showcasing it here, kind of giving it a little bit of a live preview. But this is practically what it's going to be. And I will show you guys what I mean by that. So if we look at our strength cards here, we have Lock and Load, Tightly Wound, Bulletstorm, Bring the Big Guns, Traveling Pharmacy. Okay, this is our beginner build. 50 points, rank 1 strength. And then we're going to come over here to the ghouls. If we look here, minus Brick Wall, we have Bring the Big Guns, Bulletstorm, Tightly Wound, Lock and Load. And then instead of Brick Wall, we would put on Traveling Pharmacy. With those extra 3 points, you can add a little bit of extra damage or move those points elsewhere. But this is should have been my endgame build. I forgot to add my special cards, so it got kind of screwed. But we have 4 of the main cards already in our main. We come back down here. We have Awareness, Number Cruncher, Tank Killer, Concentrated Fire. Lower values for some of them. But if we go back up again, Awareness, Number Cruncher, Tank Killer, Concentrated Fire, Center Masochist, extra points will get you a little bit more for it. Here, we would have Glowing Gut, Bulletstorm, or Bullet Shield. Chem Fiend is supposed to be through hikers. Starch Jeans, and Ironclad. So the only addition would be Bullet Shield, right? Here is our beginner build. Through hikers, Ironclad, Starch Jeans, Glowing Gut. For a human build, it would be the Natural Resistance, Iron Stomach, and Thirst Quencher. Those would make up the 3 points here in Endurance. And then of course, if you wanted Bullet Shield, you can add Bullet Shield. Charisma, only difference is going to be Tenderizer, and if you wanted to use some extra points, Squad Maneuvers for both setups. Intelligence, since we don't have a lot of investment here because you're limited to what you have if you're on the lower end. If you're in the higher end with higher levels, you have a little bit more gear, a little bit more resources. Of course, this might be a little bit different. But batteries included Stabilize, Science, Pyro, Cryo, whatever it is that your heart desires, depending on if you're using an energy or elemental weapon or ballistic weapon. This setup will allow you to use both, because at least for the baby characters. But Stabilized, Intelligence, we come all the way up here. Although we don't have our perk card on. We put it on real fast. But we put it on batteries included. We have our Curator. And then we have our Science Monsters. So, although it's not nearly as much as we have on our beginner setup, the more that you have, the more you invest, the better it'll be. But of course, if you're not running a ghoul, you don't need that. So then this is what you would be running. Curator, batteries included, Science, Field Surgeon, Stabilized, Nerd Rage if you're bloodied. And then for agility, again, the most basic setup for this, because we have, again, I don't have my legendary cards, so it's kind of a unfortunate way of showcasing the comparison. But it would be Guerrilla Master, Guerrilla Expert, and then of course Gunslinger Expert. Now what I like to use, once I have the perk card, is Gunslinger for extra weak spot damage. And because I personally like to stand close to my targets, I use Guerrilla, because that gives me an extra 20% increased damage. And that would be my agility. 2 additional cards for additional points. And then for our luck, even though we have 15 points directly into it. The reason why we have a luck card is because of the investment. Instead of 15, we only have 10. Because you can only hold 15 points worth of cards and 15 points inside of each stat. So for this, we would have our setup. Our critical savvy, better criticals, 4-leaf clover. Humans will have a little bit more leeway to use whatever it is that they want. One gun army, you can throw on ricochet, you can throw on anything you really want. But if you're a ghoul, you can do things like faulty spots, glowing criticals, and now you have more damage towards your crits. And then if we come down here, the exact same thing can happen. So this is what we have for our beginner build. And then once we are a ghoul, faulty spots, glowing criticals. Now we have a crit setup for our luck. For our level 50 beginner build. So hopefully, like, that kind of gives you guys an idea of literally the bare minimum requirements to deal damage or have damage in your setups for your builds. And which is why we are showcasing this setup specifically right now. But we're also pairing it with, I guess it's like mid-level gear. Again, that is going to be the T51 sets. We have a couple of items like mutants that give us a little bit of damage reduction with what we have for our mutations. But for a beginner setup or like the early stage setup, until you determine what you feel is best, Overeaters for a human. Because I personally would probably run Lucid for this, because it just feels that much better. And then I think I've come to the terms that someone's going to have an issue with the Gauss minigun being a showcase beginner weapon. If that's the case, I don't care. You can get it at any level, do some public events, get it from Minerva. You don't need reputation for it. And since we're not using any of the legendary or mods, standard barrel, Tesla coil, this can handle the raids on its own with just this setup. Legendaries, Furious, 2-shot, quad, whatever it is that you want, as long as you have the perk cards to back it up, it'll deal damage. And that can be said for any weapon in the game. If you can have an Elder's Mark and you can put on these cards, it'll do well. But if you have an Elder's Mark and you don't have any of the damage cards put on, it's gonna suck. And that goes for every weapon. And for anyone who might be wondering, it's like, well, my Elder's Mark doesn't have all that damage and does well. That's great. But put on the perk cards, you're gonna do better. And that's a guarantee. That is a guarantee. Because every weapon has more potential than especially if you start using all of the damage cards. But this is not restricted specifically to the Gauss minigun. It is for all weapons. Well, not all weapons, but most of the heavy guns and really anything that is being pushed right now. Elder's Marks, Enclave Plasmas, heavy guns, Gauss miniguns, plasma casters, Gatling plasmas, broadsiders. You can just put on explosive, it'll be decent. You can use this for legit anything. If you don't have anything that doesn't have like super high ammo cap, which you could do is, for example, as I mentioned, the broadsider. If you wanted to use the broadsider like super early on, you just remove the bullet stack cards like Lock and Load, Bullet Storm, bring in the big guns. It's basically the entire strength setup. Put on Demolition Export and you have yourself a broadsider setup. Put on some crippling perk cards in replace of the bullet stacks, and it'll work fine. You don't need to have the best of the best, super OP, like endgame gear to do the raids. And you need very, very, very little overall investment to your perk cards to deal damage. Sorry, this dumb question, but why is PA so useful in raids? It's just super duper tanky. It has a lot of resistances. That's one of the biggest reasons. Not only that, you also have... What is it called? You also have the ability to spam stims, allowing you to have more of a defense. How's it going, Mandy? Good morning. No, you're mainly a ghoul, but have you tried Bloodied PA with the bolstering emergency protocols? It's really fun because it feels like your survivability is higher than full HP. I do mainly play what do you call it? Ghoul, but I do dabble in human builds. I actually have a heavy gunner build Seattle that's posted on YouTube for a bloody build. I don't use bolstering, although bolstering is nice. I use overeaters and it works perfectly fine. But yes, bolstering is very, very nice for the bloodied for sure. But let's see. The heck, I'm doing Queens of the Hunt and got 3 mega slots. Very nice. And then after the patch, my ghoul has done the raid with no PA. Works fine so far. Yeah, ghouls have been able to do raids without any armor and PA since they first came out. They're super duper strong. A lot more easier to do it as on PC because you have the ability to spam your what is it called? Toxic goos. A little bit harder on the controllers, but still doable for sure. Yeah, not only that, since with the changes to the changes that they made to the raids, yeah, they made it a lot easier. Again, the main reason why we're like showing this off is because what do you call it? I don't want people to be like what's the proper word? I wouldn't say afraid. I don't want people to feel like they have to be a certain level requirement or have certain like endgame gear to do endgame content in this game. Because it is... No, you don't. Discourage, there we go, that's a better word. And the other reason why I want to try and push this as much as I can is to hopefully... I mean, I'm probably not going to have a huge impact, but is to hopefully change the mindset of the raider side of the community, that if they see a lower level, at least in power armor, even in outside of power, but to give them a chance in the raid, regardless if they are able, if they're new to the raids or not, they're so much easier that 2 people can carry an entire team. So that's all they need, is 2 people who know what they're doing. But that gives the newer players and the players who want to try the raids in public servers the ability to at least learn. Because I absolutely loathe the mentality of watch a YouTube video. No, screw you, dude. It's like, what? That mentality, I think, is the most ridiculous mindset. People learn better through experience as well, learn faster through experience, and even if they watch the video, they still have to experience the thing. So they can watch the video a billion times, and when it comes to the actual run itself, like, they're still gonna screw up. And then if they screw up because after watching all that time for the video, they're gonna get kicked. So, watch a YouTube video? Ridiculous. Will there be a VOD of this stream? I would like to show it to a couple friends, yes. We'll have a VOD available on YouTube and here on Twitch. I forgot which season it was when they made it, so level basically didn't matter at all when the perk cards Oh, and only perk cards and loadout, yeah. Seen low level that are pretty good. Yeah, I mean low levels, you don't have to be a crazy level to do the raids. But unfortunately, the raider mentality in any game is set to you have to have. It's like applying for a job, a starter position. You know, you gotta have like 47 years of experience to do the most basic shit. Excuse my language. That's how it is here for the raids. I forgot my stim packs. Raid has been 2-man solo carried already. The asshats keep newbies out because they don't know how to do the encounter. Well, that's the thing. They have to. The newbies got to learn one way or another, whether it's to be experienced or not. Because yes, again, if they can watch the movie for sure, or not the movie, but a video, get an idea. But when it comes to the actual experience, they're gonna screw up, or it's gonna be, or they might accidentally make a mistake, and that mistake can get them kicked from the team. Because trust me, I have experienced that. It was a huge thing for Throne and Liberty, and unfortunately, that has been a response in a thing that has kind of leaked over here. Pretty sure it's been around for a lot of other raids, but Throne and Liberty was like that. A lot. New raid comes out, day 1. People who don't watch the Korean streams or the Korean videos, and want to experience it, get told that they can't run the raids or get kicked because they have to watch the video in order to learn it. It's like, alright, what if I did? It's different, experiencing it. This may not be a great example, but like if someone tries to explain how something feels to you, like will you know exactly how that feels? What if their explanation was a little bit off? And then when you actually feel the objects, it's entirely different. Right? That the raid has now been super nerfed for the little noobs. That's pretty much the same when you played WoW. New raiders are typically kicked, yeah. Watched many streams and videos on the raids, but it wasn't until I was hit by a mole miner that I truly started to understand it. Feel so bad for low levels. You made to go level 2 months ago and got kicked from 2 raid teams for your level. Yeah, I mean, I totally get the idea of like, it's supposed to be endgame, and it is. But our endgame is easy. You know? It's not too bad. Like, yeah, it's difficult at first, but it's difficult for everyone at first. Give those newbies a chance and either level 150 can handle the entire raids by themselves. I mean, we've carried many people here, from baby levels to a couple hundreds of levels, and now they're holding their own, carrying other players. Sorry, kind of went on a rant tangent there. Did you learn Reflective, by the way? I do have Reflected Fear on PC Tombstone. Oop. I can show you Titanfall video, but if you've never played, you have no idea what's going on other than the screen flash and number go up. Yeah, I've seen some Titanfall gameplay, for sure. Little noobs can do raids at level 20 now. They can do it at level 21. or at level 1, excuse me. But I personally think that's okay, because it still requires a team. But I also like to believe that it's good to kind of teach people how to do some of this content so that when they're ready to actually put the team together, they'll be able to. Because imagine being restricted to joining endgame content for your level but then getting kicked because you don't have the experience. They're still technically a noob then, right? Again, it's like applying for a job. You can be level 3000. I have seen high levels get kicked from raids because they didn't know what they were doing. I myself have been kicked from raids at my level 4000 at the time because I died. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what level you are, because people are going to come down to whether they believe you know how to do the thing or not. They'll give you a chance if you're a high level, but of course, that raider mentality is, oh, he died, he doesn't know what he's doing. Oh, wasn't paying attention. Disconnected skips you if I died? Will it be some time, or will it take a bit to come back, Hex? So many people were mad when it was harder to get used, or to get and use in 2. I never got the chance to play Titanfall. And Vulpin? I've been kicked from expeditions for being a stealth sniper. Yeah, I mean, people like to kick people for the silliest things. And sometimes you get sandwiched by miners, yeah? I watched a video last night to learn the mechanics in this raid and didn't realize just how simple it actually is. Yeah. It is very simple. It doesn't take... There's no crazy mechanic for this raid. Even before they made it easier in terms of damage. Because that's what made the raid hard, was damage. That's what made the raids hard, was the damage. Ultra Genetic Mole Miners one-tapped you. Hardest, made stage 2 really, really hard. Made stage 4 kind of annoying. For these guys, the most annoying character is Vulture. Insta-stagger, perma-staggered, kills you at any level, any build, any rank, if you get perma-staggered. That did a lot of damage. Of course, Bloodhound does a lot of damage as well. But he is easy to kite, you run circles around him. Simple. Been like that since the beginning of the raids. Snake, the most dangerous part for him was poison. But they made his poison, you know, just nothing. Stage 4 is fun. I like stage 4. It only gets annoying because of pathing. That's the only thing that for me for stage 4. But the mole miner, of course, like when you're trying to jump over him, miss time, he'll punch you in the air. That also got annoying. But okay, I think Hex might be out. Low setting. We'll have you come and fill and keep you in the team for the next raid. So you get the full run. You'll fill in for Hex. I've only ever had to kick another guy level 1300, but he got mad when lower levels died. During the fuel run, he quit, seemed to wait for us to be done and tried to join back. And booted him every time. If you ain't gonna contribute, you're gone. That's fair. That is totally fair. PlayStation today? No PlayStation today. Today's gonna be a fairly short stream. I got a lot of things I gotta do today to get ready for my travels. You finally unlocked Pentabarrel for Gus. Thank you, Lord Baby Jesus. Let's go. What do I do again? If you're in the server, join us. Or join the team. and then come on into the raid. Thank you for chatting. Have a great day. For sure, Hiking or Kingstar. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day. I appreciate you coming on in. Just be eating it for breakfast like the heavy bleed damage. I really want to do a damage comparison or like a damage taken comparison between reduction and max health. I'm sad there's no new plans for the alien event. Oh, no new plans today? Oh, that sucks. Is Alien... I think the Invaders is the only event so far that hasn't really gotten any new plans. Next to maybe the Mothman Equinox, right? First time viewer, welcome on in, Davis. I hope you're having a fantastic day. And spin all Vex, Life Vex right now? Nah, I would just say I'm speaking from experience and what I've seen. Survived 7 punches in a row without PA. It's absolutely cracked in PA now. Oh. There we go. That's what I want. Did I accidentally take coffee? I think I did. Did I? I can't tell if I did. Ooh. I have no stims. No, I forgot my stim packs. Oh no. Didn't they add a glowing false not mask invaders loophole? No. I think that was just a one-time event. Imagine, noob. I know, right? Dude. That's twice. That's twice. We went into that stage without any stim packs and I didn't realize it. Kicked. No! I could explain. Rusty Wiz, how's it going? Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Good morning. And why am I daily saying they end in 7 hours? Extra time. A solo or kick. I got you. He's playing the role too good. This is a natural experience. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Kicked. No. Please believe me. It was an accident. I swear. What do you do when you have full caps? I usually recommend doing, or spending them for like maybe junk, go vendor hopping for players, because you never know what you might find. You might find some gold, some good items. But when in doubt, buy wanted posters. For me, I usually just keep it because I'm a dingus. My short term is terrible. My short term is terrible. You gotta take out the iBot's red eye. Currently playing 76 on your PlayStation. Got PC as well, but gonna rest from it at the moment. I'm glad to join you in the raid when PlayStation 5 time is available. I got you, Davis. And normally we would be doing all 3 platforms. Unfortunately, today is going to be a shorter stream, so we won't be on PlayStation today. For anyone who's just tuning in, yeah, I usually do all 3 platforms. We usually do 9-hour streams, 3 hours each platform. But I am going to be going on vacation, and the house is chaotic. Thankfully, it's kind of calm right now. I got a lot of things I got to do today. I had a busy morning, which is why we're starting a lot later than I normally do. And yeah, so I only have a bit of time, and I don't want to leave you guys hanging. I want to be here with you guys as much as I possibly can, because just in case I can't stream while I'm in the Philippines, I want to at least spend as much time with you guys as I can. It's going to be a very long 10 days. Actually, no, I don't want supers. I want regulars. Yeah, it's going to be a very long 10 days. I think I'm a workaholic. Did they stop giving raw flux? They did. I don't know how I feel about it. Like, I'm okay with it, but I don't know if I'm happy or mad about it. Adlerin? You're just figuring that out? Yes. Yes, I am. Oh, I forgot to pull out the other shotgun. Oh, I'm sorry. Damn it. The headhunt day, you have 61 posted for it. I kind of want to do a headhunt day. We might do one tomorrow. Make it our Friday. Nancy, no problem. I appreciate that, Davis. What plans for the pepper shaker? Yeah, when Meat Week comes out, we'll definitely be going ham on it. We'll try to farm up a bunch of pepper shaker plants so we can hand it out to the community. Going on vacation, you mean you hate us? Needs to survive another year with us. Survive forever, hopefully. Yeah, I think I'm a workaholic because it sucks when I don't know what to do when I'm not streaming, and I don't know what to do when I'm not editing or recording or testing or doing anything Fallout 76 related. I usually just kind of like sit and ponder. Or I'm jotting down plans and schedules that will never come to fruition because they end up changing. Read a book? I've tried. It can't keep my attention. Maybe I just haven't found the right book. I'd love to get a pepper shaker plan. The only one I have actually is from Unique. And if I can get my hands on a pepper shaker plan, I wouldn't mind giving it out to you guys. But I could definitely do like pepper shakers for y'all. Watch Interstellar. I can't find it. I don't know where to watch it. And I'm kind of limited on my streaming services right now. Because yeah, I do want to watch Interstellar. Introvert. I am an introvert for sure. 100%. That I will not deny. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's hard not to not work. To not work. Yeah. If anyone plays it needs a pepper shaker, Dark is able to craft them. I can craft the pepper shakers, I just don't have the mods, and unfortunately I don't have access to the vendor who has the mods. I really need to do the main storyline. I feel like I've said it before, but anyone on PC that needs pepper shakers, just send them my way and I'll toss them out for sure. I mean, I can also cross them out, take them all out. Now, I can also craft them as well. But yeah, if you guys need pepper shakers, because it is a very cheap and easy to use heavy gun, it is a lot better to use over the Gauss minigun because of how cheap it is. And it is a tradable item, so you can get it from players. And then you can use that as a placeholder until you move up into the Gauss minigun section, if that's what you want. Um, yeah, the main reason why I'm showcasing and using the Gauss minigun right now is purely for the fact that it is the best weapon, and I know, and I got it in a couple comments before. What's the best heavy gun? It's the Gauss minigun. So why not use the best weapon in the lowest form to showcase it at the lowest level? To show how good it is, how good the build can be, and yeah. Real in the game since it first came out, but literally just actually started playing it maybe 2 weeks ago. So seeing live gameplay gets me excited for what's to come. Oh, it's exciting, Miguel. Welcome to the wasteland. There is so much more. This is just a small portion of Endgame that we like to do here. A small portion of Endgame. But there are all right. There are tons of different content that you can do within it. We have storylines, side quests, missions, we got daily ops, expeditions, we got the raids, we got 4 nuke bosses, silos. Hundreds of recipes to find, learn, and use. Hundreds of different build combinations to work with. Hundreds of different weapons to use. There's so much. And the great thing about it is that there is no wrong way to play. There is no wrong way to play. What's this for? Who's that for? You're leaving soon for your vacation. Maybe it'll be a nice break for you. The community will miss you though. I'll be leaving on Thursday. It will be nice, but I have this weird, like, I'm already freaking out inside of not being able to be here. Because I'll definitely be exploring and, like, doing stuff for sure. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. But, I mean, yeah, it's called an addiction. It is an addiction for sure. I'm not afraid to admit that. I am addicted to 76, but I'm also addicted to my work. No PlayStation in rotation today, Dayspring. Did you need pepper shaker? I can make one for you. I need a crisp broad cider. We'll have a, hopefully we'll have our, what is it called soon? Our mole miners, our treasure hunters coming out soon. Oh, also I think I know why I ended up getting booped. So this is accidental, I did not mean to have this. It's empath and grounded. Oh gosh. It's nice seeing Nick struggling through the raids for once. You're not wrong. From the daily melting. You wanted this Ultron head earlier that week? Or I wanted it, yes. Yeah, oh yeah, it was just to kind of hold on to, but I appreciate it. I love seeing you suffer, yes. Yes. It's entertainment for sure. Most of the time it is us struggling and Nick carrying us, so yeah. I got you, baby. Oh, the infinite AP bug? Oh, it's gone. But yeah, very easy. I'll probably use a pepper shaker as well. Now, pepper shaker, I think as a starter setup, because I hate reloading personally. Um, and I think my pepper shaker here is already made this way, but we're gonna use a quad. If not, I'm gonna mod one into a quad. It's hard to break free for a while. Content community are so central. I feel ya. Maybe you'll think of new ideas and videos and such while you're away though. Oh, absolutely. I actually bought a brand new notebook for such occasions. I don't like doing things on my phone, like making notes or anything like that, because if I lose my phone, I'm screwed. If my phone breaks or dies in the time of importance, I'm screwed. All of it's in a nice little book. Little notebook. Okay. Where's the pepper shaker? I'll give it a show. Or actually, no, we're gonna use an Elder Spark. I don't plan on actually using this Elder Spark for a while, so we're gonna get rid of the 4-star. And I like quads on my or Elder Sparks. I don't have any boo-boo 4-star. Lightning strikes, your little notebook catches on fire. Don't you put that mess on me. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Put such juju. Speaking it into existence. Guns 14th of May to May 18th, yeah. It'll be a while. And unfortunately, it'll be a while. You like quad on the pepper shaker? Same. I prefer quad on the pepper shaker as well. If there's anything I hate is reloading. But I will use like a rifle, like a laser rifle. It's just, there's just something different about there's just something different about the heavy guns and the Elder's Mark for me. I don't know why. Low setting, stay in the team. Red and Jan. We'll have you guys come in for the next set of raids. No, we'll throw an electricians on it. Because I don't want anything to affect its damage. I don't want anything to give it any kind of benefit over the other. Besides giving it the feel that it's going to be a 3-star weapon. Which we're going to use as a quad, rapid, VATS optimized. Electricians, it's useless for damage, doesn't give us any benefits besides stunning. But we're going to use the exact same build here. This is what we've been using for our heavy gunners. We're going to use this for our Elder's Mark. One main difference, we're going to get rid of the big guns, and I really don't know what else to put here, so we're just going to leave that empty. We're going to change stabilized, and we're going to put on something different. We're going to throw in gunsmith, because stabilized doesn't work for it, and I can't really think of anything to put here at the moment that's not ghoul related, because I want to try to keep it as human as possible. But the main damage cards are still in play. They are still being used. And then we need the Ultraside 45s. Now, one of the big reasons why I don't mention the Elder's Mark much is because of ammo. And I'm sure a lot of people will be able to kind of back this up, is it eats ammo. Yes, Gauss miniguns eat ammo too. But that's why, again, this is not specific to the Gauss minigun. But this is also to kind of show you guys that... what is this for? But you can use other alternatives because the main purpose of this build is to show you guys the again, I'm sorry if it's like super duper like repetitive of me saying this, but I can't emphasize this enough, is the most bare bones setup for the vast majority of weapons. Pre-run, how's it going, Sulfur? Good morning. Do you know how to make polish? I do not. Could your stuff happen? Can you explain the math behind limit breaking, please? You're using 2 limit breakings, critical savvy, and 26 luck, but I'm not seeing a crit every other shot. Does it matter if I'm using a crossbow? It does not. So, with your setup, you're using lucky hit. Lucky hit, 2 limit breakings, 18 luck. You should be able to... Oh no, you're not using a lucky hit. So... Since you're not using lucky hit, 2 limit breakings requires 55 luck. The easiest setup for that is going to be 4 limit breakings, Kriron. You're going to need 4 limit breakings with the bare minimum of 25 luck to crit every other shot. The cheapest setup is 16 luck with 5 limit breakings. But if you really wanted to use 2, it's going to require you 55 luck. Now, lucky hits, before you dive into that, lucky hits will allow you to greatly reduce the amount of limit breakings needed, but it is going to cost more AP for your weapons. So if you're using coffees, you're going to use more coffees. If you're using conductors, it's going to work, but it's not going to be as efficient as it did with the lower AP cost. So keep that in mind before you decide to use lucky hit. But with lucky hits, if you use that, you can use 1 limit breaking with 28 luck, or 2 limit breakings with 18 luck. I got limit breaking command? No, I don't. But yeah, ammo hungry. Elder is a bullet machine. It's ammo hungry. Hey buddy, I saw your goal broadsider build. Is it possible to do human build as well? Thanks in advance. I like your content. How's it going, PR? Sorry for the late hello. Yes, I actually have a human setup for the broadsider. Let me go ahead and pull that up for you real fast. It is on my channel, but I'll get you the link. Using 37 with 3, and that was hard to get without lucky hit. And a mod. Which mod was it? There's a good breakdown of crit chances on the Bow Hunters subreddit. I pinned their post there. I have all the things for crits on the Discord, and I have a video made on it. In the most simple setups. There's no... You don't... Yeah, it's... Yeah. It was conductors. Conductors? Okay. To make it easy, because when it comes to limit breaking, you have 3 setups that I recommend. Yeah. 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 Sorry. Yeah, limit breakings. There are 3 setups that I recommend. I don't recommend anything else because it's not worth it. First setup, 5 limit breakings, 16 luck, critical savvy. Most simple you can get. Second setup, which gives us, which is how my builds are put together. This gives you the option for all 3 setups depending on your playstyle. But 5 limit breaking, 16 luck, critical savvy. Easiest setup. Second one is going to be 4 limit breaking with 25 luck. Third is going to be lucky hit, 3-star for your weapon, 1 limit breaking, 28 luck with critical savvy. Now, there is a fourth, but it's better for like non-PA users or people who are using unyielding, and that is 40 luck with lucky hit. And then you can crit every other shot with 0 limit breakings. You can do that with other builds, but it requires other investments. Yeah, that's it. Everything else, not worth it. For example, 3 limit breakings, 37 luck, unless you're using unyielding, sure. Unless you're using unyielding and you're using a limit breaking, or not limit breaking, you're using a bunch of luck investment, you can go with the 55 luck for 2 limit breakings, or for whatever reason, whatever possesses you to do the 83 luck that is required to use 1 limit breaking, you could do that as well, but the other, it's not worth it. You're on 18 luck, 2 limit breakings, lucky hit, and critical savvy. Very nice. Yeah, that's a pretty solid option. But okay, we got our... Red, you here, buddy? Red dominates, are you here? Gonna find your vid, thank you. I was thinking I was slick by using 2 limits and 3 rangers. It's doable, Kriron. You'll just need to put on lucky hit if you really want to use the 2 limit breakings. Ready to go, boss? On my way, for sure, for sure. For raids, I love the full set, more variety. Yeah, I'm leaning more into using the full set of limit breaking just for simplicity. But also, I can use the cripple setups with lucky hit a little bit more efficiently. Because I think it's lucky hit 28 luck with 4 limit breakings to crit every other shot if you miss with lucky hit. I need to double check and test that out, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. A nice build, but sadly I'm a ghoul. I have a bunch of ghoul builds as well, Davis. Yeah, I do post a lot of videos in terms of builds. I would like to think that, believe that not my ghoul builds, but all my builds are solid for damage. Because that's usually what I focus on, is primarily damage over defenses. But I would say like kind of glass cannon? A glass cannon setup is a way to put it. Use 5 limit breaking with critical savvy, and you're 22 luck right now? Hell yeah. But also, another quick thing when it comes to the crits, you do not have to have exactly the amount. The only reason why, or not the only reason why, but it's okay to have like 30 luck and use 5 limit breakings. That's perfectly fine. Because if that's what your build calls for, what you're trying to go for your build, yeah, use it. Absolutely. Morning, cutie. Morning, sweetheart. How's it going, senpai? Hope you're having a good day. Also, gold shoulder and other named weapons that can be modded is very useful to have a full set, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Full set for limit breakings is also good for crit tomahawks. Alright, cool. Keep it moving, keep it grooving. Does anyone in this group want to defend? Okay. Did you crash or are you done for the day low setting? That's your next build you want to mess with? We missing one? Yeah. I don't know if they're done for the day or if they are if they crashed. While that gets sorted, give me 2 seconds, guys. I'll be right back. But if or you done your queue before the others? Oh, it's fine. So usually what we do if someone has to call it in the middle of the run, we usually let the next player fill in for them, and yeah, they do get extra rewards, but that's fine. Because then it's not really your turn to run the raid, you're filling in. And then your official turn comes up. So I don't mind if you guys, or when that happens, because then we're gonna have to reset the instance. We're gonna have to reset the instance and bring someone else in, so I mean, it's just easier to bring you through an entire different run. Or the run again. Because it's technically your turn. If I primarily use an Elder's Mark, yet I'm Bloodied, should I just commit to Furious build instead? I've been diehard Bloodied since 2019, but the Elders is so nice. I guess I could remod it Blood. Personally, Furious is just better over Bloodied. I mean, you can lower your health to give yourself more damage, but if you actually take advantage of some of these cards, like Gorilla Master, you will most definitely be doing more damage than a 1% HP Bloody build. Because you're gonna have over 100% additional close range damage on top of the 100% increased damage that you have from Furious itself. It's technically just better overall. But what people like to do, because it is an option and it works, and it's a pretty solid option too, depending on your playstyle, is people will use Bloodied, but they'll fill in those slots with like sneak cards or cripple cards, so they'll be able to take advantage of a different combination of the build. So for example, let's say that I was doing that with the Elder's Mark. Instead of going Onslaught, we went Bloodied. I would probably replace those cards with things like Enforcer and go Modern Renegade. This will give us a setup for crits. And let's say that since you're using Bloodied, you're not going to have quad. You will be able to take advantage of a little bit of bullet stacks if you decided, but instead of using big guns or bringing the big guns, you can replace that because you'll more than likely only get 10 stacks. Go with easy target. And then you can end up filling it in for perception to get a little bit more damage with Tormentor. And then you have a pretty solid cripple setup using Bloodied to push your damage further. And then, as always, since you are a Bloody build, you will have the Nerd Rage on top of that. Because Nerd Rage, if you're Bloodied, always run Nerd Rage. Because the Bloodied legendary mod itself is just for HPs. Wouldn't Furious and Nerd Rage be better than Bloodied and Nerd Rage combined? Yep. Furious is ultimately better than Bloodied. Damage-wise, it is stronger. But I know a lot of people do like Bloodied and will still use the Bloodied 1-star. Because I know a couple people who do. But they also use that little combination that was mentioned, like for the cripple setup or sneak setup. Because Onslaught does put a little bit of a dapper in, like a full sneak build. You do have to make some sacrifices if you want to get the full benefits from Furious. So it's definitely reasonable to kind of opt out of that and just use Bloodied in that situation. Definitely doable with Furious still, but you know, the different preferences and thankfully the combinations to actually achieve it. What about the German toast you're eating? It is not a German toast, it is a breakfast burrito. Heal me! I forgot I don't have my— oh god! I'm sorry, no! I don't have my legendary perk cards on, so my build is so jank right now. No! Oh my goodness. Won't the servers be off when you start Xbox? Are they bringing down the servers? I don't think they're bringing down the servers. Are they? A French toast? I've been using Grok to stamp out the build as I go. Just needing to upgrade your legendary cards. I wonder how that's going, Cryptic. Because we have another friend who's been messing around with like AI builds. He's been getting a lot of very funny things. Responses. I forgot what it was, but whatever he was using was trying to make him use a very specific card, even though he kept typing in the prompt saying like, hey, I don't want to use this, it's an alternative. And it just kept saying, use it, use it, use it, use it. I was like... Thanks for the info, Nick. I'm gonna try and find a Furious perk card build setup then. It's easier to switch back and forth these days anyway. That's true. I'll need new armor mods then? I mean, you can run Bloodied and Furious at the same time, Freedo. Yeah, you can run Bloodied and Furious at the same time. By Bloodied, I mean like a low health build with Nerd Rage. Because when running the Bloodied 1-star, it only requires your health to be low. But same with Nerd Rage, it just requires your health to be low. How's it going, creators? Hope you're having a good day. Jan, your game crashed, no worries, we'll wait for you. And Plorg, some event sneak doesn't work? Yes. Very, very true. Very, very true. It's not bad, but Grok's been using old perk card layouts. After correcting Grok on new card ranks, it feels pretty good. That's good. That's awesome. Cause yeah, I think one of our friends was using ChatGPT for fun, and yeah, even though he kept typing in different prompts to get the AI to stop recommending that one specific card. I can't remember what it is. It just refused to do so, so he gave in. And he's like, the build was not good. I was like, fair enough. He's like, it was close though. It was close. A little bit more time, maybe. But I think that's so funny. But also really cool. Really cool. This is somebody running. No, I wouldn't go and say all that. I mean, some people might mistake in Tuesday to be update days, or maybe it's maybe because it's a new event, they might be newer to the game, so they may not know that the game stays up when the new event is implemented. But yeah, I still very stubborn. Yeah. Got corrected. It's or if Grok is corrected, I wonder if the knowledge will carry over to the next query. That's a good question. You would think so, right? How's the bloody burrito? It is good. Invader starts today? Didn't even notice. Yeah, I totally forgot that Invader started today. I don't think I'm gonna be participating much in it. Invaders is definitely worth doing for plastic and circuitry though. And if you haven't gotten your hands on the Alien Disintegrator or the... what is it called? Alien Blaster or Enforcer, which is a fun two-handed probe, you can get it from Invaders. But really, really good for circuitry. 1600 more wood to go for challenge. Holy hell, you got this, brother. But insta-kill General Zeta with a broadsider. I just imagine a bunch of people just popping them. You're in the Raider queue, number 20 for sure. And Prof, so glad they brought the alien vents back, because you know, never find the disintegrator in player vendors. Got lucky with the bloodied one someone had. Nice. Oh, maybe I should do invaders actually, so I can get some extras. That's a good point. Yeah, we'll maybe not today. Tomorrow we're gonna be doing like headhunts, public server stuff. We'll definitely do the invaders. Holy crap, I couldn't think of the name. Which just witnessed the bug Bob, who was at the collect cargo stage, but all the doors were closed. Oh? That's not good. Let's try aristocrats to try to make that with Sally 35,000 cabs. Oh no. Oh, Flork, imagine if the bug works on him. Ow. No, please, I'm sorry, let me heal. Alright, we're okay. Dad, Microsoft pisses me off. Why is that? Why is that, my son? A few things I'm going for, but won't go nearly as hard as parades. Yeah. I'll probably How about we like leave my character there, just get the plants and then do other things. MJ Flux, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Hope you're having a great day. Welcome on in, welcome on in. Meow. Let's go! They combat you for trading the burning love bow, reported it. Like a bee. Yeah. I don't recommend using LFG because, yeah, people will report, and I'm pretty sure it's well known that it goes through an automated system. And there's nothing that you can do about it, unfortunately. What the hell did they mess up with aristocrats? I did some queens the other day, and every time it was insta-killed. True that, what did Bethesda mess up? Yeah, they did something. Aristocrats is disgusting on Scorched Beast enemies, specifically. You just made breakfast burritos for breakfast too? Hell yeah. One had potatoes, eggs, cheese, and bacon. Delicious. But also, Reapers, thank you so much for the Toon Buns. I do appreciate that, and the Prime. Thank you for choosing our lovely little channel for your Prime. It really means a lot, man. But you're doing good, MJ. I'm glad to hear that. And Vintage Chad, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Yeah, no PlayStation today. Today is going to be a fairly short day. I got a lot to do today. But I didn't want to leave you guys hanging. Mrs. Zay dropping through nuke, server hopping. We've actually been doing that recently due to trying to get some of the new style plans as well as the armors. Yeah, we do have a bunch of really strong folks with us right now. But whenever I'm actually able to do a little bit of damage, you guys can see that, you know, the Elder's Mark, of course, being one of the best commandos in the game. Even though we don't have any kind of crazy build setup. Again, to show you guys here in just a moment, we're able to deal a pretty decent amount of damage. No buffs, no nothing, just perk cards in the weapon. No 4 stars for our armor. Hell, our power armor actually is so trash. Like I don't have all the proper legendaries that I would want on it. But it's also kind of jank because it's supposed to be a human, but we're using our ghoul. So we're missing out on a couple of the endurance cards. I can't use overeaters because that was the legendary I was planning on using. Because for human builds, in the most simple way for players who have mutations and don't have mutations, overeaters, it's easy. But I feel like overeaters is also a very great option because I need to do a comparison, so I can't really confidently say that it's better. But it's nice. It is a very nice option, but for how simple it is to use, for a quite or a hefty amount of tankiness applied to it. It is good for like the earlier stages until you decide that you want to go with like bolstering or vanguards when it gets fixed, because I think it's broken. And then of course mutants. You mean that 4-star? Which 4-star? Or effing rare. Good for you, you're only missing 2? Yeah, dude, I've been doing so many Moonshine Jamborees, it's ridiculous, and I still haven't gotten the Raiders. Breaks my heart. Miss needs to, or Mike's needed for the raid, or just go with the flow? Just go with the flow. If you die, you die. If you live, you live. And if you need a little explanation on the raids, I'm more than happy to explain. Is it a long flight? I think so. They've been on the flight before, but they can't give me like a good estimate, so they're saying around like 12 to 16 hours. Which I feel is short going across the world. Is there anything I reset for this week? Yes, we're gonna have Invaders starting this week. As for the Atomic Shop, no idea. But hopefully some good stuff. More than likely bundles though. Yeah, the Raider rep glitch. I was sick to death server hopping every 20 minutes to try and get Moonshine, only to get the same server 7 times in a row. No. No, Dark. My boy. Oh, they really screwed you, my friend. Oh, damn, that sucks. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Cause the best part, it happened to me too. It sucks, dude. Cause what I like to do is I leave a bag with a specific item in it. So when I spawn in, I just look down. If the bag's there, then I leave. So, dropped the bag, left the server, waited 5 seconds, because that's what I like to do. Went back in, same server. And I did that multiple times. I gave up. Like that. Never mind. Over it. Done. It's so stupid. Oh, you know what I totally forgot to use? Company T. Company T was supposed to take over my powered. But Brownie, how's it going? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Some push-ups for all the luggage you gotta haul. Oh my goodness. Now, with the Juggernaut bow, you switch over to full overeaters with healthy, extra 300 HP. That's what I want to do. Is a healthy, healthy endurance overeaters human build, or bloodied. Think we'll be getting reverts on the TSC insanity going on right now? Very possible. With how strong it actually is and how it's showing on other weapons, not only just like explosives. There is a possibility they might they might throw that in with the hotfix. Not saying that we're having a hotfix anytime soon, but in regards to like the Pip-Boy issues and all the other shenanigans for bugs that we have, there is a good chance they might kind of brush that up ahead. But hopefully by the grace of Todd, they'll let it sit for at least a season. Because I mean, it's fun. It's exciting. It's a taste of nostalgia for some folks. With a nice little modern twist. So, we'll see. But it is very powerful. And we all know Bethesda doesn't like us having fun sometimes. So it could be coming very soon. Alright, Paramedic, Pixel, and Sulfur. Paramedic, Pixel, and Sulfur, you guys will be up next for the raids. Been a pleasure, 2ish runs, thanks a lot, of course, of course. And is the new update fun? I haven't played in a while. It is. It's lacking in terms of content compared to what we've had in the previous, well, technically the entirety of last year. Which kind of sucks, but I think it's good because I believe this year is going to be pretty big. Just a gut feeling. But the changes, even though it's fairly small, are great. For example, one of the nicest changes that we have is the change to activities. Now, the only thing I don't like about this is there are 2 events that got changed along with it. Fertile Soil and Collision Course. Before this update, you'd be able to go to the area. If it was available, you can do it right away. Server hop, rinse, and repeat, you can farm those. Now, they, with the exception of a few, and I'm not entirely sure which few they are, all of the, what were recently called just events, are now called activities. There's a lot of them, and they are constantly spawning. So if you keep clearing them, more and more will spawn, and if there's ever a pause, you just simply server hop and there's going to be a new set. They come very often. I mean, these 2 just popped 7 minutes ago. This popped 17 minutes ago. This has been here for an hour. So, a lot of things to do. It also makes farming rare apparel, if you're lucky enough to get those events to spawn, a little bit easier just due to the quantity of the events being shown. Of course, the rates and the odds of you getting the rare apparel is still, you know, finding a needle in a haystack, but more options, more tries within one server. Another thing that we have is Bigfoot or Party Crashers. Certain events, well, I think all public events, but I'll have to look and see if there's a list, but every public event has a chance to spawn a Party Crasher. It could be a version of the Scorch Beast Queen, the Earl, the Goliaths, the Monarch Deathclaw, and then the new enemy, which is Bigfoot. But Bigfoot spawns at very certain locations. One Violet Night is actually one of the spots that he spawns. If you do this event completed, you're guaranteed Bigfoot. Because up until Tuesday today, I think, I'll have to double check the patch notes, but I believe up until Tuesday today, he is guaranteed to spawn at any of his events and at the top of the hour for all events, for public events. They've made some changes to cursed weapons. Cursed weapons now have a 20% increase in their damage. That's all cursed weapons. Meta-wise, everything is still practically the same. Two-shot explosive is back, and it is incredibly powerful. We have a new meta, kind of. Super duper fun. It is the Broadsider setup, and I believe just launchers in general. But I think the Broadsider is just more fun. On top of things like the Dom Pedro dealing more damage because of TSC, we have other weapons that if you use TSC, they're incredibly powerful. But yeah, I mean, that's really it off the top of my head. Season board is very, very light. There is actually not a lot in it besides a lot of currency and buffs. Think they'll fix it? 100%. We just don't know when. Since it's been getting so much coverage, it is very possible that it might be soon, but I'm gonna cross my fingers. I don't want to make any real assumptions. Because maybe they'll let us. Maybe they'll let us keep it for a little while. But it's definitely going to get fixed at some point, for sure. We got Paramedic, we got... I think that's Pixel Sulfur. Are you here, Pixel Sulfur? I can't remember who Bad Omens is. Currently playing Fallout 4 and we'll be playing 76 in a few weeks. Let's go, Brownie. I hope you enjoy the Wasteland. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. You're Sulfur? Okay, Pixel, are you here? And what's leaders? Leader bobbleheads. Yeah, the ultra laser. A Gatling PA, 3 pieces overeaters, 2 pieces of autostim and adrenal. Nice, Cryptic. On a Hellcat. Oh, you're gonna be perfectly fine. Especially with autostim, and you have overeaters for max HP. Ultrasight Gatling laser is actually pretty nice too. With the laser changes, you'll be good. It's too fun. Yeah. Oh, sorry, lagged. You're good, Darks. Yeah, it is incredibly fun. Oh my god, dude. So good. But I do believe, hopefully they don't, kill explosive or splash damage. Just the 2-shot part. Because at least let us keep the broadsider a little bit. Because originally I didn't do 2-shot with the broadsider. It was just straight furious and it did well. It was fine. A lot of damage. Hit for 81,000 damage with a crit on a 10% snake. With a take one for the team proc. It's a lot of damage. Of course 2-shot is gonna do more, but I mean if they let us keep our explosive, we can fall back on Furious for our broadsiders. Nuka Knights has all the encounters that have them for sure. Thank you, Ezekiel. I appreciate that. String of the Heart with Aristocrats, Endurance, Sentinels, Reflective. Then, I just stand there and hold a Vampire Weapon with Ricochet. Reactive Plates Torso. You let your Feral Meter go down and then boost it back up? I do. I'm just lazy. That's the main reason. And not only that, this is a habit that I've had since schools first came out. I like to be within Feral range because I hate waiting for it to go down. Now that we have the Feral 1-star, I can just put on Charge Mod, go to White Springs, and just boop the entire place in one swing. And immediately go Feral, but it's a habit because back then we didn't have that, so we had to wait. And I like switching between melee and ranged. And with ranged, you need 2% to have full access to your accuracy. But once it empties, then you lose all your accuracy. So what I would do is, even if I went Feral, I always use chems. So when we fight, pop a chem, my accuracy comes back, I'm out of Feral. Be able to sustain it for the entire raid, and then do the same thing for the next, and do in the next, and the next, and the next. Although I do lose some benefits for sure, which is what? Carry weight, endurance, strength, carry weight, and then endurance for HP and AP. For agility, or I think it's just max AP. But I didn't find that loss to be too crazy. And if it was, it'd just be pop a bunch of radaways and we're back. But I need to break that habit. Actually, let me take that company tea if it's still okay. It's still okay? Beautiful. Oh, he's dead. You only want under 1,000 Sag? The number may be there, but I'm running a level 50 build. You're okay. I got you, brother. Yeah, it's crazy broken. Yeah. Honestly, I'm okay with it. It's been a ridiculous amount of fun being able to use something as silly as a freaking two-shot explosive broadsider. Like, it's just too fun. Uh, Let me see. Hopefully I'm not gonna scrap anything I'm wearing. When the shop will reset in about 10 minutes. About 10 minutes. Oh, happy Mario Day, March 10th, Mar 10. Go for that, that's funny. All good, Cryptic, all good. Which bobblehead do you use for your God's heavy build? Is it energy or big guns? Big guns. Good old big guns bobblehead. Oh. You have 50% less feral in a team than switch to 300 greater rads for food chem and diet after you switch back. Yeah, that's one way to do it. That's definitely one way to do it for sure. Oh. Ugh. Alrighty. We're skedaddling. Probably should have went for the one at the back. Oh. One thing I need to take is my empath. I keep forgetting that I have empath active. So I need to suppress it. And I'll be okay. Excuse me, sir. Alright. Using a Viper's weapon, but poison is weak. I do kind of wish that they beefed up the dot effect a little bit more. Because it'd be cool to use like dot effects on bosses. Of course, in moderation, like, you know, we can't have, you know, dot stacking tens to hundreds of thousands of damage at a time. Then that would not be good. Name no Bigfoot from Safe and Sound. Yeah, I think today is the last day. I think the guaranteed spawns for Bigfoot are done. Although, has anyone else gotten the other party crashers to spawn? I feel like I haven't seen them in ever. I haven't got. I've heard the matriarch spawn, the Deathclaw matriarch, but that's about it. First most wanted you won was the Goliath You got the Goliath? Or got only the Goliath I've seen? Ah, okay, okay. And you got the Deathclaw, that's all you've seen? You got the Scorched Beast at tea time? Done a crap ton of events and only seen Bigfoot. Same, I've only seen Bigfoot. Because I was curious about the spawns of the other guys, but it seems like they're pretty rare still. You got Marler Queen and Swarm. Oop, I didn't mean to spam some coffees, oops. But David, at me, AP consume fast when I sprint? Or to make it regenerate fast? So... I think there's a perk card that increases your AP consumption while you sprint. Do you have that card on? What is that called? Power Sprinter? Full charge? No. Marathoner? Oh, I don't have Marathoner, what the hell? Oh no, that's fewer. Is it a leg mod for power armor? Green double explosive automatic shotgun for fun? Nice, dude. Wait, that actually sounds like fun. Power Strength Lego perk? No, that reduces the cost. I think it might be the power armor leg mods. Because I'm for speed, it consumes more AP while you for sprint. Because if that's the case, it's more than likely those mods in your power armor. If not, then it's your AP. You might have very low max AP. Those are the only two things that I could think of as to why your AP drains really fast when you're sprinting. I got the giant robot from Most Wanted event. Oh my god. Running double expl- oh, wait, that. It's runners for PA. Runners, makes or slows down your AP consumption unless you have a full set, makes it infinite. Not in PA, just human? Okay, if you're not in PA, that just means you have low AP. Max AP. Yeah, you just have low AP. You'll need to beef that up with agility or thirst quencher is what I would recommend. And yeah, that should be fine for like a simple change for it. If you don't have thirst quencher under endurance, use that and see how it feels before you start doing anything else. Remember, having endurance reduces the AP consumption of your sprint. Does it? If so, nice. Didn't know about that. Where the hell have I been? No, so to your stats sheet, you found you had a hunting rifle with no 1-star, but had a 2 and 3-star. Faster fire and reload? Ooh, keep that. That is a legacy god roll. If you combine building endurance with active using sprint for freaking days with unyielding. Paramedic Ghoul has a crazy outfit set, severity wise, and looks. Yeah. Playing the role got the fashionable The rare and good looking red asylum dress. I'm guessing is the red hat as well. Got the paramedic's backpack. Very snazzy. Very clean. And it does, yeah, okay. Didn't know that. Did not know that. That is actually very, very useful information. The drip. Steezy, that's right. Beautiful crack. You got this, my friend. I can't wait for all the copper in the alien events. Oh yeah. I think, yeah, if I remember correctly, alien event does give a little bit of a pretty decent amount of copper. What we'll do. Also, good job, paramedic. Thank you. Alien starts today? Yes. Alien, or invaders should be starting today. It's when we swap over to Xbox, we're gonna use the same setup. But I will have a little bit more... well, I would say the showcase and execution of the beginner build is... it's good. I think it's fine. But I would like to show it on an actual human setup, because I don't have the proper 1 stars or 2 stars to kind of give it a little bit more, I guess, depth. But I'll pull up the build here in just a moment, because we were using a heavy gun. Which was the Gauss minigun, but the build is not focused on any one weapon in particular. It can be interchanged and used for practically everything. But of course, the metas in terms of running endgame content is always going to be commandos or heavy gunners. And we're going to exclude broadsiders or any launchers, even though you can technically run them with this as well. But we'll pull up the build because it's going to be the same thing. Invader started right now, yeah. Need to craft glowing on Xbox? I cannot. Sadly, I cannot. Alright, up next we'll have Decromy, Werewolves, and Valen. Thank you for the raid, thank you for joining. Do these raid monsters give XP? Only the encounters themselves. So once you finish the encounter, you'll get a ton of experience. But this is what we are using for our level 50 plus build. The reason why I say plus, because you can use this for any level after level 50. The reason why you're seeing a couple missing cards, this is because I have a max strength card, but we're not using those extra points. And then here for luck, since we're not using a heavy gunner, off the top of my head, nor does it matter. But if you're using a heavy gun, I would put on one gun army. We are using a ghoul, but I want this to focus more on a human build because every lower level starts as a human. And then people will wait to become a ghoul at the higher levels. So this will give them a better idea of what they can start with and then fill out to flush it out for ghoul. So for example, let's say that I wanted this to be a ghoul, at least for crits. What I would do instead is we have our basics set up: critical savvy, better criticals, class freak, 4-leaf clover. Here, we would throw on, this is optional, but I usually recommend it, glowing criticals, faulty spots. You now have a endgame min-maxed luck setup. Let me go ahead and actually remove this real quick. But you have a full endgame luck setup as a ghoul. At level, technically I think it's about 100 is when you gain access to the glowing cards or the ghoul cards, most of these. But you'll be able to use those once you turn ghoul. But since we're not focusing on ghoul, we're not going to use them. But the reason for Psychopath is because since we are using a build that doesn't have 4 stars, a build that's not using 4 stars, we're not going to crit every other shot. It's too expensive to do that super early on, especially if you don't have the resources. So Psychopath will allow us to fill our crit bar while we're waiting for our AP to regen. That will also give us a little bit of a consistency in terms of our VATS hit chance, depending on if the player decides to use the VATS cards. Of course, because everyone has their preference on VATS when it comes to VATS hit chance. I always recommend stocking up as much as you can, but you can reduce the amount the closer you are to your target. But this will allow you to fill your crit bar every time you miss, so you're constantly filling your bar to push out your crits as much as you can, even if you can't crit every other shot. So it helps with your DPS a little bit. Now, for the human setup, I would actually be running a Overeaters with a powered armor set. The two main legendaries that I would focus on for this is Overeaters and powered. Because Overeaters, you take a perfect bubblegum or you drink water and eat some random ass food. You have full bars. Overeaters maxed HP is 200 with a full set. Extra resistances, extra tankiness. Without having to use mutations, without having to focus on your health in regards to like bolstering if you wanted to go for the damage reduction. It's a good option for Bloodied for sure. But again, gauging it more towards newer players or returning players, it's an easier setup. The powered is to allow the players to not have to worry about investing into coffees or sunshine oils like super early on. They can passively farm it if they want, stock up if they like, or they can go for the conductor's option later. Because what the powered would do is once they use their AP, it would fill very quickly. Pair it with a company tea if they have access to it or find it. They'll have even faster AP regen, which means lower downtime for critting, allowing them to push more damage with their crits, or push their crits more consistently. And that's it. That's it. We were using a Gauss minigun with this. We just simply replaced the stabilize, got rid of the perk card for heavy guns, even though we didn't need to. We're using an Elder's Mark now, which is a completely different weapon type with the exact same build for damage, and it's faring perfectly fine. We're dealing damage. It's easy to sustain because of VATS optimized and the low AP cost. It's one of the weapons that will probably be recommended by a lot of people. So figured I'd show it with this beginners or early stage setup. So then for anyone who was interested in the Elder's Mark or has one, they'll know the bare bones limit, the bare minimum for doing damage, which is going to be your onslaught cards. If you're using quad, bullet stacks, you can go for a cripple setup if you'd like, but we're keeping bullet stacks because we're going we're using a quad. I like quad over Furious, I like quad over 2-shot, it just feels better. That's just my own personal preference, but the build will work for any of those choices. And I keep taking my glow. So we have Valen. Werewolves, is that you? Or is that Decrummy? What legendary mods for power armor would you suggest best for raids? Your main 1-star is going to, or the main legendary would have to be 1-stars. Jelly Cherry is, depending on your build, if you're human, your basic setup is going to be either Overeaters or Vanguards, although Vanguards I think is broken. The Crummy Your Sinus, for sure. Werewolves, are you here? Werewolves, are you here? Yeah, if you're a human, Vanguards, Overeaters, Vanguards might be broken, so people are opting in for mutants, which is the more mutations you have, the more damage reduction you'll have. But one thing about mutants is do not try to go for the full 5%. It is not worth the investment. 4% is perfectly fine. It is more than enough to keep you tanky. So if you want to opt in for that, you can. If you are a bloody build, you can go for bolstering. Bolstering is working and it is a great option for damage reduction. If you are a ghoul, lucid. Again, mutants, vanguards are the alternatives, but lucids would be the best option. If you are a feral ghoul, going for melee, your only options are mutants or vanguards, because lucid is based off your sanity, and if your sanity is empty, you get no damage reduction, because this is 0 sanity, and feral is where melee builds shine for ghouls, and that's where you want to be. But if you're a ranged build, get that sucker up, lucids will be a great option. For 2 stars, 3 stars, it's completely based on your build and preference on what you're trying to do. Endurance is great for defenses because it gives you extra health. Agility is good for VATS users, especially if they're using conductors. Luck is great for crit users, especially if you're trying to reduce the amount of limit breakings that you want for your build. You have Intelligence, which is good for energy and elemental weapons to increase their damage as well as EXP gains. Charisma for bartering. And then you have Powered, which we'll be showing here when we pop over to play Xbox later, but good for passive AP regen if you're a crit user and you don't like to use coffees or conductors. 3 stars, completely optional, no best in slot. You can use the 3 recommendations in terms of best in slot depending on the build is going to be active for AP, max AP for conductors and VATS users, healthy, extra HP, super duper tanky, very nice, as well as sentinels to add to that tankiness. But the rest of the other options are weight reduction, so it doesn't matter which one you choose, whatever fits your playstyle. So Lucid is the go-to option. I see, because I play Ghoul. Yeah, Lucid would be your best option than Cherry. Perk system synergy reminds me of Magic the Gathering. Simple, I want to say, but although I don't know the synergy of Magic. Which game system is your favorite for Fallout? I'm gonna have to say PC just because it feels more free. I mean, we're zooming. Feels good. I could turn on a dime. I have hotkeys. It just feels better. But UK Gaming Tribe, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome on in. We gotta say good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, Jelly. General Zeta draws 4 stars. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. And will Lucid work better than troubleshooters for robot? Is there much of a difference? Honestly, I think Lucid would just be better. Because, and we'll actually show you guys here. I don't think Werewolves is here. Tombstone, you here, buddy? No PlayStation today. No PlayStation today. Miranda. Unfortunately, I have a lot I gotta do today. I don't know how long I'll be on Xbox, but we'll try to do as much as we can on Xbox as well for our Xbox friends. Yeah, I'm gonna be going out of town, for vacation, and I got a lot of packing to do, a lot of organizing and other things that I need to take care of. So it's gonna be very busy. Is Rage Armor good? It's okay. It's very situational. Because you need to constantly take damage, but not only that, the damage increase is, from what I've seen, is super duper minor. You're and the damage that you take is also like non-existent. Because I tried using it for enemies that hit super duper fast. We got tag teamed by a bunch of floaters, and I got about 21 increased damage with 100 hits, 100 plus hits from them. 21 increased damage. I don't know if it's broken, so, but as of right now, it's just situational. Could be fun, but I mean, every little bit of damage is an extra bit of damage. Never liked to use consumables, but since the PC you learned 100% crit damage for an easy to get blight soup is needed for you, yeah. Tombstone, last call, you here, buddy? Supposedly the stacks take 30 minutes to deplete. I don't know. I want to try. I mean, from when we tried it, it took longer than 30 seconds for sure, but it did go down. Because remember when I was trying it inside the raid, I was just shooting the floor, and I thought that it didn't inflict self damage, or if inflicted self damage doesn't increase it, and then as soon as I said it, it dropped back down. Abstraction, are you here? Abstraction. You need to learn Lucid, you need 10. If you have legendary modules and medicine bobbleheads, I could probably craft it for you, Decrummy. You're still running assassins with your full set? Very nice. I'm okay on the assassins. I mean, if it's working for you, that's awesome. In terms of tankiness, I mean, again, I'm using regular power armor, but I have mutants with 4.5, 2 pieces. I have a troubleshooters, and I'm taking like no damage from everything. And so unless I'm not paying attention to my health, I'll die for sure. But the mods, but not the baubles. For sure. And you're back? Oh shoot, my bad. No, you're good, Tombstone. We might be able to get you in the next one. We'll have abstraction come in though. We'll try to see if we can get through this quickly. Sorry about that, my dude. Need to finish off your Overeater set? I'm excited to pop over to Xbox to use the Overeater set, because I still feel like it's underrated. At 20 black guy expires, so we need to. Oh no! I'm so sorry to hear that, Tombstone. That sucks. That's a lot, man. Oof. Now this is the only thing I have right now to kind of like show you guys the Overeater set. We're using our armor, what we have right now. This was on Xbox, but Overeaters with powered. That's what we're using. This is on the build that we're using right now, but instead we're on a human. But we're gonna go right about... Actually, we're gonna go right about here. This was taken yesterday, last night. Now, I know non-PA users can do this as well, but this is Overeaters. We got hit with half health. There's 2, there's 3, there's 4. No damage reduction, no nothing. Overeaters. With... this perk card set. That is what we are using. This is the only defense that we have with Overeaters. Super duper nice. Well, PA is 50% damage reduction, right? It is. But the thing is that I noticed, which is why I'm like excited to try it, is because I'm on my ghoul right now. And granted, I don't have like the max HP or damage reduction. My ghoul character really can't tank that many hits back to back. So that's why I'm looking at Overeaters as like, because even when we were in the PTS, max HP was very, very nice for a defensive stat. But of course, I'm not gonna push it until, you know, I know for sure that it's actually something to be something, or, you know, unless I got everything fully tested. I'm just showing like some of the results of a very early stage setup, because even if it's not the best in slots, it can be used as a simple legend, or not simple, but an early stage legendary before you start opting in for the other stuff. But it's also fairly nice for Bloody builds, just because how Bloodied's Bloody builds HPs, because I think due to the changes, Bloody builds are now tankier because of it. Max HP is now actually being calculated for your tankiness as a Bloody. Because if we go back in the day, let's say we had 100 or 500 HP, we get to 20%. I'm not gonna go like actual math, so even if this is not 20% of 500, I don't care. This is just an example. Let's say that we had 50 HP at 20%, and we decided to go use healthy for another 100 HP. You're still gonna have 50 HP, even if you have 600% or 600 max HP. Really, really weird. Never understood it, but it did help, but doesn't help as much as it did now. Because now if you add max HP to your health, you're gonna get it, and it's so nice. But of course, damage reduction should be better. Should. It's better for robot for show, but I went behind, darn it. It's weird Atomic Shop did not update for you. Might have to give it a little bit of time, Anthony, because sometimes the Atomic Shop takes a bit to load. Seeing Bloodies run like 2 endurance every slot, yeah. Max HP for Bloodies is definitely a very solid option, for sure. But that's why I also want to try it outside of PA, because yes, we do have bolstering and such, but having max HP is also a form of defense. Oh! Healing hands, thank you. God dang it, dude, I got hit 3 times. I gotta pull out my bow. I can't out-heal that without my bow. Crimson Desert next week, so excited. Atomic Shop sets for another 40 minutes, I think. Oh, wait. Yeah, maybe Atomic Shop resets because daylight saving. I forgot about that. That's right, that's right. Eddie, Nick, I did this yesterday without PA over ears, was shocked. Yeah. And BTS, when we ran it, when we were doing testing to see like what would be a good combination to tank these guys' hits, we used Overeaters with like full HP stacked outside of PA. And yeah, we were able to tank a couple hits. But it seems things are a little bit different now. So maybe you don't have to go like crazy investment. I'm still gonna do it anyway. Because I think max HP builds might be kind of fun to use. Juggernaut. But nah, it's definitely a solid option. From the Enclave event right now, you got the plan for the accelerated nozzle? For Gatling Plasma? It's nothing but beds. This time around, disappointing because I already own them. The Atomic Shop updated for you? Okay. Um, and what is that speed? Oh, the movement speed? It is my field of view. My field of view is giving the look that I'm like going absolutely buck nutty with my speed, but I do have 2 sprinting perk cards on top of my speed demon. So I'm a little bit over the cap, which I think is like 160 or 150. Because I do believe I'm running Jaguar Sprint. But I don't know if I'm running it at max or if I'm running it at 10%. You finally got yours. You're not going to learn it. Let's see if I can get another. That's a good idea. But that's actually super cool to know Gatling Plasma plans can drop from the Enclave events. I didn't know that they added that to that. That's awesome. Because I was worried that the containers for, you know, collision course and such would, since it's no longer a thing that you can technically farm, like the way we used to, that'd be a lot harder to get them. So it's good to see that we can get them from those events. Added back a lot of alien stuff. I don't remember if any of it's new. No, as far as I'm aware, they haven't added anything new. Yeah, everything should be the same. They added responders, fireman outfit to the Enclave events too. Oh, that's dope. That's actually really nice. Personally, I think they should keep it to the regions. Wherever the events spawn. So if it spawns in Savage Divide, you get the Savage Divide rare drops. If it spawns inside the Mire, you get the Mire drops. But, I mean, I'll take responders as a pipe dream for a drop. Ouch. Come on, Bethesda couldn't code. Good stuff, guys. Sorry, I got rocked. This is a natural beginner's experience. That is my excuse. Are you looking forward to your vacation? Yeah. For the most part, yes. Absolutely. I'm gonna leave Q. My relish expired too. What a day. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Tombstone. Mule him. You gotta mule him, brother. Them poor foods. The drill is the only raid I can't solo, and if you have a crap team, it's so frustrating. I understand. I totally understand. Yeah, stage 2, I mean, it's a lot better now, but it still does have its difficulties, especially for the newer players. And a bunch of tasty squirrel stew, all spoiled in a cryo freezer. Oh no. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Alrighty. Oh. Beautiful. Bless you, thank you.
Hamster.
And, Roids, I'd like to see them add PA set bonuses as mods like they did with the Under Armors. Would be nice to wear your favorite armor without missing out on the bonuses. That would be pretty cool. Actually, I can get behind that for sure. That would be pretty awesome. Have it be an extra mod slot. Oh. Oh, thank you for Xbox. I'll will a little bit. Oop, I messed that up. Especially when you're doing False Knot or other events time bound, you have to move it until your stuff all spoils. If you get to move it, yeah. I did that, I think it was sometime last year. I had about like 10,000 scroll bits just kind of stocked on a character. And I accidentally AFK'd on him. And he didn't have, he was too low of a level. He was a fresh mule level, like what, 20? And he didn't have good with salt. So it spoiled almost immediately. Came back, looked at the inventory because I was like, dude, like why? What happened? And I saw it, I was like, oh no! My biddies! Gone. Got locked out? It's all good, my friend. Got you. You'll still get rewards and such. Unfortunately, that's a glitch if I accidentally, or if I press the button, and you're still in that room, sometimes it wigs out and doesn't teleport you in. You just got Goliath to spawn after most wanted? Hell yeah. Oh, that meat spoiled, yeah. I mean, it still went to good use. We're still able to get some good fertilizer out of it. Speaking of which, I need to turn my other account's fertilizer, or spoiled meat into fertilizer. I think I have like 52,000. All from like intestines and possums. And any accidental scroll bits that got left out. I have about like, yeah, 50,000 spoiled meat on one of my characters. Friends have left to go down south for a weekend and left the house. A poop tip? What a fun day I'm having. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that, cat. Poop tip. I mean, yes. Poop tip. Poop. The Bigfoot can spawn after alien events, so you can get 4-star creatures, which is nice. Oh, they added Bigfoot to the spawn of, or as a after spawn for the invaders? What is that much fertilizer useful for? Turbo ferts. So what I'm doing right now, I'm doing the same across all 3 platforms. I don't have nearly as much on the other accounts though. But I am going to be doing a dispensary. I am making about 10,000 of each high voltage Hefes and ballistic box for anyone who needs them, and for our damage kits that we'll be giving out. Damage kits will have everything needed for your build specifically for damage. So if you're using a crit build, you'll have Blight or Sweet Mud Fruit Tea, because I will be providing the Sweet Mud Fruit Tea. Bobbleheads, magazines, chems. If it's a non-heavy gunner build, you'll have high voltage heavy or ballistic bok, depending on what your weapon was. You'll have overdrives or psychotats, or a combination of both, with some soothins. All of that will be given as a kit in the near future, or in the future. But that's the reason why I'm using it. Fertilizer is good for, yeah, turbo ferts, a couple mods as well as mutations if you need them. But not nearly as much as that, unless you're doing like some mass production. General Zeta dropped you a 4-star weapon, yeah. I think it'll be a little bit more work to go to it now that I know that it's 4 stars, because I was just gonna go and leech the rewards. But friends, we are going to call it here for PC. We're going to be swapping over to the Xbox. We're going to continue on with the beginner builds though. We're going to be using the actual human setup that I was planning on doing. And yeah, we'll take maybe we'll try different weapons too, to kind of show you guys what I mean by it not specific to one weapon. It is the basic bare bones for any damage, or for damage for any weapon. Because I could definitely like go on a I wouldn't call it a rant, but like explanation, over explain it, but I'd rather just show you. But then you did just say you need powered on PC? I do, but it's okay. It was specifically for the beginner build, but it was a good example as to everything else that we're about to show is going to be extra. Because the build, or granted, I do have a little bit more experience in the raids, but it's still a good example as to to show that the requirements needed to join raids or to do raids is not high, not anymore. Not only that, for anyone who might have been curious about increasing or beefing up their damage at a lower end or at the earlier stages, they can see like the most basic combination to run with, because everything else comes off of your weapons legendaries, and then also your buffs, because the same build is implemented into all of my other builds with those cards, with minor changes to luck, but with more levels, more perk investment to specials, more ranked up specials. The build grows and allows us to fit more damage, potential damage, depending again on the weapon, and the playstyle that you do gives you more choice, more options to further beef up your weapon. Where's my other slipper? But yeah. Give me just a moment though, guys. I gotta use the restroom real fast, and then we shall continue. I'll be right back. But yeah, no PlayStation today, unfortunately. Today is going to be a fairly short stream. Because yeah, I got a lot of packing and a lot of things to do. But we'll try to see if we can go full length at least for Xbox. But I'll be right back, guys. Did my dog walk in here? Did Diesel come in and say hi? But good morning, Ludes. Hope you're having a good day. Last Commander and Evander also gives you a 4-star. Yeah. Super duper cool. Since last season, I think. What happened? Changed layout of the bookhouse again. A table has been moved. Wait upstairs has been changed. Yeah, last season. Last season it was one of the main changes, which I thought was interesting. Really weird, random too. Oh god. Oh yeah, that's right. So the video that the video that you guys were seeing that I popped up for the thing, I was also using absolutely no mutations. Granted, I do have the mutations here for Starch Genes, Strange in Numbers, and Class Freak. And you know what? We're gonna keep it that way. We're not gonna use the mutations. We've already shown. We'll do the Gauss minigun again, but we'll bust out something else. I think I have an Elder's Mark. We'll use that Elder's Mark, sir. Oh snap! I forgot I reset Q. Alright, for all of our friends on Xbox, I'm gonna close Q. But hold on, I'm gonna close Q. Alright. Keep an eye out on chat because there is delay. Keep an eye out on chat. Oh, in 3, 2, 1. Open. But what's the stand fast item? Stand fast, I'm not entirely sure. I know they changed it, but I haven't had the chance to check it. Hold. Okay. Alright, Cuddy, Queenie, and Bob Dole, you guys are gonna be up next for the raids. Or up first for the raids. And we're just gonna go straight into it because we have everything we need. Hit me. Come on. Do it. Right. I'm tank. Baby tank. Of course, Cuddy's first. That's right. Flawless. You think the 2-shot oopsie will be patched soon, or are they gonna take their usual sweet time with it as usual? Well, that's with this situation. It's kind of a hit or miss. I mean, it has gotten a tremendous amount of coverage, so it's definitely on the radar. And depending on, I guess, by the grace of Todd is how I like to put it, they'll either let us keep it for a while, or they're going to fix it. Because it is very powerful, that it's definitely something that is usually patched. First hotfix, first patch, before mid-season. But if we are lucky, they might let us keep it a little bit longer. But usually super broken things like this, or super powerful things like this, yeah, it usually doesn't last too long. Usually. Okay. Not mean to take that. I forgot I'm not a ghoul. That's what I need. When will we see Minerva again? She should be here. No? Or is this weekend her sale weekend? Curse Elder's Mark is very powerful? It is. Surely is. Yeah, Cuddy, Queenie, and Bob Dole, you guys are up first. Two shot is broken. Yeah. I believe so. I want to say it's the explosive part, but I personally can't test it or don't know how to test that. Because two shot definitely doesn't feel great for all weapons, but the two shot explosive very interesting for use Curse Polished Elder's Mark for mobs. Ooh, very nice. Oh yeah. Think she comes back the 12th or 13th of this month? 12th from Minerva? Okay, so it is her sale weekend. Got it, got it, got it. But alright. Oh, also let me double check my... There we go. Oakley dokley. Yeah, so to quickly go over for anyone who is just tuning in and wondering like, alright, what's happening? Beginner build, you're level 1526. This is not a beginner build. I promise you it is. So, quickly break it down. We're using a two-shot. We're going to use other weapons to kind of give you guys an idea that this is not specific to any specific weapon. But questions will be asked. What's the best heavy gun? Because my primary focus for this is heavy guns, but it can work for commando weapons. It can work for really anything. But mainly high cap ammo weapons is like what I'm trying to go for. But the best heavy gun right now is two-shot minigun. And even if two-shot gets fixed in the future, if it does, the perk card in the builds is focused on Furious and Bullet Stacks, which focuses on high ammo cap and Furious. So, if two-shot gets fixed, cool. Throw on Furious like we did before. It'll work perfectly fine. But also, just in case anyone was wondering, well, you're using a Gauss minigun, this is a weapon that's for higher level players. No, it's not. It is for any level player, or level 50. But what's going to make this even more valid is because we're not going to use mods. There we go. We're not going to use mods on it. We're not going to use the standard, or we're only going to use standard barrel. We're not going to use a coil. We're not going to use sights. It's going to be just the legendaries, 0 4-stars used. And the reason why I'm saying this and why I'm saying it's still valid is because you can get this from Minerva when she has it in her shop. I don't know when she's going to have it in her shop, but if she has it anytime soon, pick it up. Then you now have one of the best heavy guns in the game at a low level, if you're low level. But if you are a returning player or a player who's been playing for a while and you're working towards the Gauss minigun, you already know how powerful it is. But this will give other players and people the an idea of like, okay, he's not using 4-stars and he's not using all the best mods, but we're still going to do this raid with no issues. But again, this is not specific to this gun. We're going to use things like the Elder's Mark. Yes, it is another endgame weapon, but it's also achievable if you just simply play Beast of Burden, or if you have enough caps, you can buy it from players. So still a valid option. It'll take farming. Gotta play the game to get the best things, and the best things are super easy to get. And then we might even throw on a shotgun. I'm not gonna lie, but shotguns are probably not gonna be like really great for this setup just because you do need buffs. But this is what we're going to be running for per cards. This is 49 points with a rank 1 strength. Yes, it's maxed. I can't derank it, and I can't really do much for that. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 7, 10, 12 points. There's 3 points in our strength that haven't been used, but we also have 11 points in invested into the perk distribution. I'll show you guys that right now. So then, just in case anyone's like, well, you're still taking advantage of the strength. Carry weight wise, does nothing for damage. But when I come over here, we'll look at our distribution. We have 11 strength. And if this was a rank 1 legendary strength card, you'll get 1 additional point, just like how it says in its stats. +1 strength, +1 strength. Perk card caps at 15 at rank 1. So 11 plus 1 is 12. We have 12 points of perks here. So those extra stats, not useful. I'm sorry if it sounds like really rude or condescending. I just want to kind of get any kind of like silly questions or any of the folks who, any rude people to kind of like, you know, But you only need 12 points. And we're going to be using bullet stacks. Bullet stacks is what is going to be our main damage for weapons with high ammo caps, like 300 plus rounds, or if you have a lot of reload or instant reloads, you can use things like quad weapons like an Elder's Mark, which we're going to be using. Of course, if you prefer Furious with an Elder's Mark, you can still take advantage of these cards and even a little bit of the bullet stacks here. You can make some changes, but we're not going to. For perception, I like to prioritize VAT's accuracy, because I personally like to stand close to my targets, but VAT's accuracy falls off the further you stand back. So the more VAT's accuracy you have, the better chances of you hitting your target, and the more options you'll be able to, or more opportunity for you to actually crit. But, so it'll work for both playstyles. People who like to stand far, people who like to stand close. You'll have that ability with this, and stabilize if you're using a heavy gun. Tank Killer, Number Cruncher, basic damage perk cards here, or any ranged build. Pistols, shotguns, bows, crossbows, heavy guns, commandos, rifles. Everything ranged, you're going to have these 2 perk cards in all of those builds. If you don't, you're missing out on a lot of damage. Our only defensive perk cards are going to be here in Endurance. We have Natural Resistance, Iron Stomach, and Ironclad. With just those 3 perk cards with a T51 armor set, we have 2,935 Ballistic Resistance, 2,902 Energy Resistance, and a little bit of Elemental Resistances, which doesn't matter. We are going to be using Overeaters, so we have 530 max HP. Again, these are our effects. We have lunchboxes, we have no buffs besides Perfect Bubblegum, and we have no mutations. Armor set, we'll go back to the perk cards here in just a second. Armor set, only thing mentionable here is an Overeater's powered set, T51B. You can really use any other armor set as long as you have Ironclad and some of the defensive perk cards in Endurance, you're good. But I didn't add any 3 stars, these are all randomly rolled. Surprisingly, some of them actually came out with Sentinels. But all of it is running powered with Overeaters. Powered is for the AP consistency when you're passively shooting, or when you're shooting and you're passively regenerating your AP. Which you'll see here in a moment. Charisma, most players are going to be using mutations, which is why we have the mutations cards. I'm not using it so you can see how little you need to do these raids. And yes, technically I might be getting carried for some of these runs because a lot of our friends are running very powerful builds. But think of it as a natural experience. You manage to get into a raid, you might have someone strong enough to carry you, even if you're strong enough yourself. So that's raids. Intelligence. We're using only 4 stabilized and batteries included because we're in PA. We're using a weapon that has energy ammo. And if you're using a Tesla coil capacitor or using any heavy gun that has energy damage or any weapon that uses energy damage, you can actually throw on signs if you want more to do more damage. So that's an interchangeable card for at any point. But if you're a higher level, you have more points in intelligence, add science, more damage. For here in agility, again, we're going to be using our onslaught cards because you can use two-shot, you can use furious, you can use quad. Onslaught is good for everything. Even if you're not using the legendary. Of course, if you think that if it's not something that you like or you don't care for, change it to whatever you want. I personally recommend any crippling cards if you're using a commando build. For luck, let me go ahead and close this real fast. But for our luck, it's just a regular crit setup. You're going to see this in all of my builds minus one gun army and psychopath if you're a ghoul. But the reason why we have psychopath is because we're not going to take coffees, we're not going to use a 4-star for conductors. So while we are shooting in VATS in our hip fire, our AP is going to regen using powered. We're going to be filling our crit bar because we're using psychopath. And when we pop our crits, we're going to be having 4-leaf clover triggering our misses if we're missing. So we're always going to have some form of crit being charged while we're simply shooting in and outside of VATS. This will give it a little bit more consistency whether you are focusing VATS or not. Of course, if you do not want to use crits, then that entire luck section can be whatever you want. But this is the base for like the vast majority of builds. If you take a screenshot of this and then you post it next to any of my builds, you're going to see all of those cards there. It's just going to be expanded due to the legendary perks. But Trevor, thank you so much for the gifted membership. I really do appreciate that. I hope you're having a good day, my dude. So sorry for the late thanks. But thank you so much. What's up? How's it going, John? Yeah, we are going to be also, well, I mean, it's not really optimized for it, but I'm going to use a dragon. I don't have the thingamajiggy. But if you wanted to do something with the VAT, you can use this for a quad assaultron head or not. Or the dragon, whatever your heart desires. Throw an enforcer. Throw a mono renegade. Get a crit charged. Shoot. And you can take out a nice, decent chunk of the health right there. But even without the onslaught card, we're going to go ahead and just hit fire. Go ahead and crit. Now we're not doing anything crazy. We got nice server lag for the infinite AP. But we're holding our own. We are holding our own for stage 1. And you can see that I didn't even heal. We took a pretty decent amount of hits or shots there. And we're perfectly fine. And we're not heavily invested into defenses, and we only have the damage reduction coming from our armor. So strong, in fact, that we crashed. You know, do you guys know of the new plan in Alien Vent? New plan? I don't think we have any new drops for Aliens Reese. So got many with 2-shot is doing more damage than Furious now? Yes. Yeah, and in the future, if 2-shot gets fixed, put on Furious and it'll be just as good. It may not be as strong or being able to kill things as quickly, but you'll still be able to use Furious. Did they lower the health of the Guardian? No. Guardian's health is still the same. The only thing that they really beefed is the shield. But the shield can be cracked in 1 shot with a quad assaultron head. You can also kill it in 4 shots with a quad dragon. If you're using a crippling setup, I do believe the old school reflect cripple sledgehammer setup is also a viable option. I haven't tried it myself, but apparently it is. But don't quote me on that. But yeah. We're just a lot stronger now though, Trevor. Due to 2-shot. But even without 2-shot, if you're using Furious and like a bunch of buffs, you can melt through Buddy really quickly anyway. Yeah. Like normal. I had a question. Have you heard of pounders? You do 900 to 1600 and it takes almost a whole turn to take yourself down solo. Ah, it's a two-shot. Yes. Good old two-shot. Now, for anyone who might be wondering, was like, why aren't you using this build for defense? Because this is not a build for defense. You can technically run it for defense. All you need to do is just get electricians, put on grenadier. You have a defense build. But I don't want to overcomplicate something that's focused for damage. Yes, it's mainly for the raids as well, but it is primarily for damage. I mean, I've already overcomplicated it already, I think. Oh no. I keep forgetting that I need to stop swapping to these builds when they don't have perks. Oopsie. Oop, wrong gun. How many mods do you know? A lot of them. A lot of them. Is there anything you're looking for? Oh, I feel so slow. Oh, I don't have speed demon, that's right. I'm helping, guys, I promise. Yeah, we'll do this run and then we'll throw on a mutation so you guys can see like the mutations that I personally recommend. Now this is primarily for our newer friends. I know a lot of you guys have, you know, already OP builds, strong builds, or builds that fit your playstyle already, and that's awesome. I really wanted to work on something for newer players and beginners because we don't really see much of that, and I wanted to try and change that. Now I might be overcomplicating it. I'm still trying to figure out how I want to go about putting the guide because I probably did like 3 or 4 different versions of it using the same clips but explained different ways, and it's all coming out to like 20 minutes. I'm like, that's too long. Because I want to explain why we're using these cards and why they're important, and then, you know. But I also don't feel like it's... Ah, damn it. I don't know if it's worth it. You play on PlayStation 5, like I said, I'm the one that transferred and you lost everything? For sure. I mean, if there's anything that you're looking for, just let me know, I'll see what I can do. But PlayStation, I don't really know a lot, unfortunately. Xbox I do, though. Can't ever run the whole raid myself. If I had a crew, we would crush it. I feel that. I mean, I do have a Discord, Trevor. I don't know if you're in it. Depending on the platform, PlayStation and PC are pretty poppin' for groups getting together. not all the time, but it's definitely more than I expected. So if anything, if you're on PC or PlayStation, our Discord has a good spot for LFGs. Aren't you playing on PlayStation today? I have a lot of things I gotta do today. I got a lot of packing and I got a lot of organizing and prepping that I need to do because I'll be going on vacation in 2 days. Which is why we started really late today. Because I tried to get some of it done. What shouldn't you do in this run? When I do this part of the raid, everyone but you dies. If it's for stage 2 fuel runners, it is kind of hit or miss. Everyone is different when it comes down to their setups for it. I mean, there are recommended perk cards like EMT, healing hands, life-saving armor, banners to try and keep your health up. Power armor because you have damage reduction, which helps, and then you can spam stims to out heal the damage of the dot. Bows to kind of help with animation canceling in third person when you're stimming. The only thing that you shouldn't do in stage 2 is grab the 3 close fuel cans. Start from the back, work your way forward. There we go. And if you guys ever pull Bloodhound's aggro, this is all you do. I don't have any movement speed perks, but this is legit all you do. Do not take him up the ramps, do not take him into the rooms, just kite him around here in the middle. The reason why is because since he won't be in any rooms, the teammates don't have to rush behind you while he's chasing you to take him out. And also, if you're running up the ramps, if you have VATS users, their VATS doesn't get cancelled while you're running behind different parts like the wires, the walls, the crates, the rocks, the debris. It just makes life 1,000 times easier for your teammates. Because you saw how easy it was. He was chasing me around. I have no movement speed. This is my max movement speed. And we were able to kite him just walking in a circle. If you have marsupial, you can legit just jump over him. What if I want to troll the raid and make it longer and bring them all into one room with the repair bots and ignore the generators? Don't give in to it, Glitter, don't! Do not join the literal dark side. Fight it. Fight it, brother. That's too funny. Bigfoot spawned in invaders, yeah. It's actually pretty cool. I'm happy that they actually did that. I don't know if it's at a specific location or not, but I think having them spawn at public events or the seasonal events is really cool. No, I missed the PlayStation 5 session. No, I'm so sorry. We're not gonna be doing a PlayStation today. Today is gonna be a shorter stream. Yeah, I'm gonna be going on vacation in 2 days. Got a lot of packing, a lot of organizing, and a lot of just things I gotta do today. But I didn't want to call off because I'm gonna be gone for 10 days. It's already freaking me out that I'm gonna be gone for so long. Palpatine from Star Wars, do it. Welcome to the dark side. Do it. What was the line where he's yelling like, is it more firepower? or more power or something like that. Oh. Unlimited power? Oh, I think it's unlimited power. Unlimited power. He's gone evil. I don't know why I'm thinking like evil gopher sounds like. I don't think that's even a gopher sound, but it's what I hear in my head.
Ronald Weasley.
The Glory Battle team reminds me of Mr. Garrison on South Park.
Stop.
Little Mr. Garrison. Back my bowels, Mr. Garrison. Where's Anthem? What? You're thinking Austin Powers and Lucas unlimited power. How's it going, Nate? Hope you're having a good day. Did we Thanos snap PSN? Yes, we Thanos snap PSN for today. But oh hell yeah, my guy. Hope you enjoy your time. It should be fun. Yeah, definitely will be fun. I'm gonna try and see if I could stream in the Philippines. Maybe show you guys around, or we'll just play 76 during my downtimes. It'll probably be like late evenings over there, which will mean early mornings, early afternoons for our EU and US friends. Lord Palpatine probably looks like Cartman in the bathroom. I'm sorry, that's a dirty joke. How long do you start on Xbox? Oh my god, I forgot to swap it. Sorry, Joker. We are currently on Xbox. Oopsie. Oopsie poopsie. I forgot. Now we are on currently on Xbox, my bad. Oh, for some IRL stream in Philippines, that'd be amazing. That'll be definitely be interesting if I'm able to. Some short IRL streams would be amazing. You going to the city or the countryside? We'll be in the city. I thought we were going to be in the countryside, but my cousin was like, no. We're going to be like close to Manila. Like we're like in the city. I was like, oh. What's all this talk about the provinces and stuff? They're like, oh no, we'll be in Manila. I completely avoid that question, but it's like, alright. So yeah, I have no idea where I'm going. I'm just going. I just know we're gonna be in Manila. I just melted the Guardian once I got his shield down with his 2-shot. Yeah. Glorious. Yeah, the only downside if I am able to stream though, guys, is I won't be able to do YouTube. Because I'm not gonna have like a streaming rig or like IRL streaming rig. It's literally just gonna be this. That's it. Just my phone. How dare you enjoy your vacation? I'm not allowed, okay? I'm going to work on my vacation. What's a vacation without a little bit of work, you know? I want to see more reskins in Atomic Shop, but I love it. Oh, I forgot to pull up the queue. Alright, up next we have Revis, Bash, and Ness. Revis, Bash, and Ness. How many raids have we done? I would like to say like 5 or about 5 on PC. This is 6. You have a traveling laptop for your stuff? Yeah, I was able to update this rinky dinky notebook that I have. I was given for my birthday last year. I'm really surprised I was actually able to update it to, I think, like 2 OSs under the current. Yeah, I was trying to see if I can get cloud gaming to work so I can at least have something to do, like when I'm not doing anything. Yeah, it'd be fun. No, Minerva, you know what? I wanted to come in the item shop, Minerva, to where any of the traders that have plastic recharger. Oh, the plasma recharger. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. Need to buff up. Make sure I did transfer everything for sure. And Discord stream. I don't know how to do like those big Discord stream things, but I wouldn't know how to go about doing that. You need to get a VPN for the US from the US in order to play Xbox over there. PC works okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try and see if like just cloud gaming would work. Because if not, then maybe I'll get a small VPN subscription. Because it should definitely be interesting. Buy a green screen, spend all your money on a whole bunch of streaming stuff. You don't need to buy a fancy camera that's really expensive. You're a streamer. True. True. How's it going, Jerry? Hope you're having a good day. Good morning, brother. Alright, Nessa's on the way. Excuse me. I mean, well, I guess we'll start with the 90, the 90 damage. You're gonna close the door on me, aren't you? Oh, okay. You a fan of hockey? Not really. Oh, you monster frisbee. I'm not much of a sports fan. I never really got into it. Which is kind of a shame. I used to be into football when I was younger. Like, 2nd grade. My favorite team was the Eagles. And then they got beat in the Super Bowl that year by the Patriots. And then I kind of just fell off of sports after that. That's it. I have a new goal for today. Been going to be a theory crafting up max damage tomahawk build for your bloody melee dude. I know you had one from season 22, right? I have one for season 23 as well, Jerry. It's gonna be a relatively same build for this season as well, just minus blocker. But I might do some adjustments. I'm not entirely sure where I want to go about it, but the crit setup should be fine. You're a sports fan, but you're Gallus cheerleaders fan? A Dallas? And yeah, it's Tomahawk. I wanted to do Tomahawk today, but I really wanted to do the beginner stuff. Oh, that's right, we're gonna use a different weapon. DDLC? DDLC? Currently, I'm looking at Thorn armor for bleed and stealth. Ooh. That could be a nice combination, actually. That could be a very nice combo. Oh god, don't tell me I crashed. Okay, we're good. My swamp! I kinda wanna do my swamp. I might do my swamp. Need to farm Earl for that new chess piece, TBH. The new chess piece is definitely an interesting one. Excuse me. Oh, also one of my favorite things about this change is it costs nothing to unequip a card. It's so good. Bloodbearing has that new unique chest piece that increases stow damage too, if I remember correctly. Yes. Trail Warden. That's what we're gonna be I'm gonna be going for. Actually, I already have it, but it's a guaranteed thing, Jerry. As long as you have 100 claim tokens, turn it in. It's. But the thing about it is I don't know if this is a bug, but I'm out of lead. Oh, I don't have a lot of lead. Just kidding. The resistances are not consistent. And I don't know if that's intentional. My understanding is that you can stack the effect on yourself via Thirst Sapper at the moment. At least they fixed it. I think they already fixed it, Adler, because I used a Gauss minigun to deal damage to myself. And it only gave me 1 tick. That's it. I used an entire 400 rounds on myself. And it only gave me 1 tick of damage. Unless the Thirst Zapper is different. But man, I don't know. I want to say that the rage armor is broken. And the reason why is because 100% of the damage for the weapon that I can't remember what I was holding. I only got 21 points of damage. Or 100% increased damage of taking 100. Oh, sorry, I thought Ness was here. Yeah, taking 100% or 100 points of increased damage. I only got 21 points. It's like you're getting wrapped up in your books for Frederick and Alan, for sure. No worries. You're good. We're still on our second run. We were just waiting for one of our friends to get themselves buffed. Can no longer see Q. Oh, let me fix that. Oh. Q is there. Use a normal thirst gun, fire the water at your feet, and it gives you the 100 for the rage armor. Interesting. So it must be just the Thirst Sapper then. If that's the case, we'll have to try it. People keep telling you that they're going to make cross the platform playing on the PlayStation. I don't believe that's true because that is just too much problems with it. Not only that, Bethesda has never confirmed anything in that regard. Yeah, I wouldn't believe anybody when it comes to cross-platform unless it's from Bethesda. You thinking about getting Crimson Desert? Yes. It is something that I'm highly tempted on trying. The only thing that's holding me back on actually committing to it is the fact that I may not have time to play it. Let's build on private server and can't open a camp. They really need to give us the option to turn that off. For privates. The application of social conditioning and social narrative applications in modern society. Very cool. Sounds complex. And for example, if you're on PS4 and you have the keyboard and mouse, you could be anyone on PS5 as long as they don't have fiber optic internet and custom control. No, none of that matters. If you're on PlayStation, you can play with PlayStation. I have a PlayStation 4 and I play with all PlayStation 5 players. I use a controller. Most of our friends use controllers, but I'm sure some of them might use mouse and key. But none of that actually matters. Because the console is specifically for the console. Thankfully. But yeah, there's no cross platform in the sense of no Xbox to PlayStation, Xbox to PC, PlayStation to PC, PlayStation to Xbox, so on and so forth. But Xbox Series X can play with Xbox Series S and Xbox One. PCs can play with anybody on any kind of PC that they have. Laptops, and of course PlayStation can play with PlayStation 4s and 5s. But in regards to a next-gen update, if that's what's being mentioned, that is more so for... just making the game run better on next-gen consoles or new-gen consoles. I guess is the best way to put it. Microsoft Store can play with the Steam PC as well? Yes. I'm tired of waiting for Chris Broadsider and Brotherhood Armor or playing Arc Raiders. I understand. I hope you're having a good day though, Sophie. Back to cleaning for sure, cat. Have fun cleaning. Sure saw someone from Bethesda posted crossplay being in the works as it was a big issue with gamers. They say that about every single time it gets brought up. I wouldn't even believe that statement either. If you go back to a couple of their other like Q&As in the past recent years, or not recent years, in the past years, they'll say the exact same thing. It's in the works, or it's being tossed around the table, being considered. They will not give us a direct answer. Because imagine them giving us a direct answer and then completely going back on it. But beating around the bush as is right now is also just as bad. I got so used to running in PA, you need to save your fusion cores. You think they would want to do it to score some points with the fans? Not only that, it would make them... Yeah, it would make not only score points for the fans, but it would make them some pretty decent money too. Like if we're looking at money, it should definitely increase sales. But I mean, they haven't really been good with marketing 76. They've actually never been good with marketing 76. Do they split False Knot mask rewards between invaders and False Knot? I feel like 24 glowing was there's a huge loot pool, and to put the older ones in other events would be smart. If they did that, False Knot would not be... There would be no reason to play False Knot. Especially if the rates are significantly higher in other events that's not related to False Knot. But also, it wouldn't be good for... Well, it just wouldn't be good for the event itself if they doubled it up. I think the 24-hour masks was just a test to try stuff, which was later then implemented on the actual event itself. I don't know. I think the masks for False Knot are fine. It's just RNG, because imagine them putting it in... Because also another thing, yeah, imagine them putting it into another event and it's just a couple. They're still going to have the same drop rates, if anything. Or if it's guaranteed, then they're going to be... Yeah, it's going to be boo-boo. But if it was the same drop rates, you can do the entire thing like you do False Knot and still not get the mask. Granted, it is extra opportunities, but it's the same opportunity. What number are you on the raid? If you want to check your queue, you could type in !Q, but we are on 4, 5, and 6. Whatever's at the top is what we are currently on. But our next group of raiders is going to be Var, Truth, and Mendy. Never been good at taking care of it either, true. It's not about scoring points, it's about doing the right thing. It's about doing the bare minimum all games do this nowadays. And also, Dark, hope you're having a good day, my dude. Good morning, good morning. So they with the state creation engine, the gaming engine that powers 76 cannot support cross-platform play. They also said the cross-platform would end the mod market on PC, so they weren't interested in pursuing it. See video from last year's dev announcements. I think they should do Xbox and PlayStation cross-plat. I mean, that wouldn't be a bad idea. If the case was, yeah, if the case was the mod market. Because then PC would definitely still be able to keep their mods. Because that's the only platform that has mods. Oh, that's right. I hope you guys are like kind of paying attention to the damage that we're dealing right now. At least for the Elder's Mark. We're using just the base weapon. We're using just the base weapon of the Elder's Mark. Yes, the Elder's Mark is strong. But a weapon can be stronger with a build The reason why I keep emphasizing this is because I want it to be known that you do not have to have the most premium stuff to do damage. Yes, it helps, but there's a bare minimum requirement to do those damage, even though we're not taking full advantage of our bullet stacks unless we use quad, or if we have instant reload, which I also forgot to add better criticals, so we weren't actually doing all of our damage there. We still had our Furies, we still had our crits, and we're still doing good damage. With a level, technically 50 build, with a base, fully unmodded, like, unmodded to the point I can drop this. This is fresh from Beast of Burdens. Completely unmodded Elder's Mark. And it was shredding the soldiers. I'm everywhere. Everywhere, nowhere, all at once, all at the same time. I see what you're saying, yeah? Having less on Resident Evil Requiem rocket launch is fun? Hell yeah. I'm glad a lot of people have actually been enjoying the Resident Evil game. I mean, I would say it's kind of given because the Resident Evil games have not been bad at all as far as I've seen. Village was great. And then yeah, Requiem, great. Biohazard was phenomenal. I liked it. Come here, buddy. Go ahead and crack that one, and then that one. You finished Requiem earlier? Fantastic. Nice. You playing Requiem and a 5090 on a PC sheer beautiful? Oh, dude, I could imagine. I must have been clean as hell. Thank goodness I actually haven't, like, seen any kind of, like, spoilers. I've just seen a lot of grace. Come here, buddy. Oh, he's still alive? Oh, we missed a lot. Oopsie. And played them all, loved them? Nice. I think they could have been making big money for years ago, like Valve with TF2 when this game was crashing. They had a huge lineup of streamers hyping the game up, and what did they do? They failed them and never backed them up. Left them to die and die to the hackers. Yeah, I mean, 76 was given the RDO treatment, but thankfully, I want to say Microsoft backed up the player base, but of course it may not been. I'm not entirely sure if that's the case, but ever since Microsoft took over, we started seeing bigger pushes to the game. But yeah, they could have made a lot of, definitely made a lot of changes to, or started the game off with a lot of, you know, good qualities. Alright, let me go ahead and clear this out. Charisma, strength through hikers. Alright, sweet. Okay. Again, just a quick show that we didn't change anything. We're still using our level 50 beginner build. We got all of our perk cards here, our Furious for damage, Bullet Stacks for damage, Number Cruncher Tank Killer for damage, Awareness Concentrated Fire. We're not getting anything from Stabilize because we're not using a big gun, and we don't have a big gun for one gun army, so those two cards are dead. But we have our crit setup for better criticals, critical savvy, class freak, 4-leaf clover, and psychopath for a little bit of consistency since we don't have limit breaking. And we're not using coffees. We're just using the power of powered to regen our AP. So that we can just, oops, use the wrong weapon at the same time. So we can just go ahead and just push our damage. Let our AP regen passively, and then periodically pop it. And just like so. Take 0 damage from Buddy. And then we'll just simply jump. We also have no mutations and no buffs active. Now, of course, again, just in case there's anyone who's like, well, you could do more damage if you use buffs, you could do more damage if you do this. Yes, I completely understand. But this is going for the base and bare minimum in terms of requirements to do damage as well as running the raids. Because a lot of the questions that keeps getting risen is like, what do I need to do the raids? Do I need a specific level? Do I need specific gear? No, you don't. For how they made the raids, all of that is out the window. You can use the most simple stuff to run the entire raid as we are right now. We're using Overeaters and Powered for 2 stars. I do have Sentinels, so it is technically helping me with my defenses, but that's not intentional, that's just randomly rolled gear. Does Powered still have diminishing returns after the 3rd piece? I don't know. Technically, all of its stacks, you can increase the rate of your AP regen with full set of Powered, Power Girl, Power Ghoul, Action Boy, Action Girl, or Action Ghoul, excuse me. And then with Company T and all that other good stuff. But it is definitely diminishing returns, but it all stacks and gives you a fast regen. But I don't know. I'm not too sure about the 3s part though. I just usually go with the full set because even if it is diminishing returns, it's still extra. It's still just a little bit of extra. Well, it's full for sure. If you guys are not in the current raid group, if you can leave the server so we can get our raiders in, I'd greatly appreciate that. Let me go ahead and move the thingy. Come back down to VAR, One Truth Media, and Mandy. VAR, One Truth Media, and Mandy. You guys will be up next for the raids. Yeah, the Powered's there is just mainly to make up for not having to use coffees and things. Although using the coffees definitely does help. But I wanted to make this as simple and as easy to, I guess, showcase in regards to making a build good or strong, or making it at least viable for the raids. Actually, hell, I'll do this. Or actually, there's really not much I can do. I was gonna say I can remove some perk cards just to show the damage, but the only thing I would be removing is just my defenses, which wouldn't be a problem, but it wouldn't really prove anything. But also to answer any question is like, well, you're using meta weapons, you're using some of the best guns in the game. It's like, why don't you use something else like easier to get, like a fixer? A fixer is actually a little bit harder to get. You have to complete a quest line to get the plan or buy the plan from a player. Granted, it's a little bit more abundant, but it's the same instance as getting Elder's Mark, which is available to all players. Elder's Marks can be obtained by simply doing Beast of Burdens. If you're lucky enough to get it, awesome. But you can also find them in player vendors for, unfortunately, about 10,000 caps plus. It's a lot, but it's worth the part. It's worth buying if you haven't been lucky enough to get it as a drop. For the Gauss minigun, you can wait until Minerva has it if you go to nukenights.com. He has an entire website and page for Minerva, what she'll have, when she'll have it, and when she'll be here. So that will give you an idea of when you can start moving towards this weapon. Because again, when it comes down to the Gauss minigun we're using it as if we got the plan, put the mods on, and just started running with it. No barrel, no coil, no extra damage, just the legendaries. Able to handle the raids perfectly fine, and technically this can solo the raid. Or not the raid, but the snake. Not in any fast time. Let me put this out there. It is not in any fast time. Took 3 minutes with just a blight soup. But 3 minutes solo with these perk cards and a blight soup. Without those cards, it would take a lot longer. Because you don't have any damage to back it up. Again, any weapon, regardless of what it is, will do no damage if it doesn't have perk cards. You'll be able to do more damage if you have buffs. It all comes down to the player's choice. I mean, shoot. You know, we'll use this. Now, this isn't going to be like anything crazy, but we're going to use a shotgun with this build. Because the reason why I'm emphasizing this enough is because I just want to make it like really, really clear that it's not specific to any build. I know it might sound really, really annoying, but I want to cover all of my bases. That's all. Oh, actually, let me go ahead and break the shield with the... Oh, I don't have my ammo. Yeah, I just want to cover all of my bases and maybe answer any potential questions in regards to the weapons. Because yes, I do see the weapons being issued to many. But it's not an issue. But also, Riv, thank you so much for the prime. Also, Texas. It's just coming, it's just clicking in my head. Thank you so much for the sub as well, my dude. I'm so sorry for the incredibly late greeting. I remember seeing it earlier this morning and I totally forgot to say thank you. I really do appreciate it though, man. Now we might be able to use this as an example, but for this stage, if you're unable to do phase 1, we're gonna go ahead and take them out though. Let's say that we weren't able to do stage 1. You see how the screen is going yellow? A door will open up like so, with these flashing lights, and if we don't make it in time or if we don't kill Buddy, the entire room will explode. Anyone who is not in that room will die. I totally get what you're saying, though, Nick. I see a lot of push from the internet saying things like, get this weapon and you'll be good. But without the build setup, it doesn't matter what weapon you have. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, oh, that weapon is shown for Endgame, so that's an Endgame weapon. I mean, yes and no. A lot of these guns are, but they're so easy to get. They gave us so many opportunities, and the community has so many chances for us to get it. Trades, purchases from player vendors, events, waiting for Minerva to have it, things like that. But there's so many other options that you can use on top of that if you really don't want to go for the meta. Gatling plasmas are super duper strong. They're really fun to use for heavy guns. You have laser rifles, which I'm sure you are fully aware because I know you've been using it as well, Jerry. Yeah, laser rifles, super good right now, even without two-shot. Two-shot, they're just beautiful. But man, there's so many other options, and that's why I'm emphasizing like this is not specific to a certain weapon, because in the current state of the game, they made cards universal, and with that universal perk cards, 90% of the builds look exactly the same. The only thing that changes is the potential of the 1-star, but even that 1-star change could still take advantage of the perk cards that don't really affect the card. Or the legendary. So yeah. Using old Gatling Plasma, I can't be bothered. Yeah, the Gatling Plasma, it was actually one of the recent comments on my, I think it was Heavy Gun or Ghoul? My Ghoul build? He was like, basically saying like, he prefers the Gatling Plasma and the Pepper Shaker, and I was responding to him, I was like I would use the Gatling Plasma, but it costs too much. And then I forgot that I've swapped into the low AP cost setup. And funny enough, is the Gatling Plasma has the same AP cost as the Gauss minigun, and also less fire rate. Sadly, not stronger. But still a viable and valid option for a heavy gun for the endgame. For endgame. Beam Focuser is fine if you can get your handles accelerated, even better. But still a very powerful weapon. And this build will work for that too. Pepper Shaker, if you use it for ballistic or energy, this build will work for that too. If you wanted to use a laser rifle, this build, you guessed it, will work for that too. Because it is a generic base damage setup for all weapons, ranged. The only thing that this build may not actually be good for... Oh! Owie. Owie. Is... pistols. The reason why is because even with quads, they have incredibly low ammo cap in general. Maybe like laser pistols, but I don't know if you would count that. But pistols would probably be the only build that would not be able to really use this current setup, which is bullet stacks and Furious. It'll more than likely just be a cripple setup with Furious. But can I put pounders on the Feather Duster? Oh, damn it. On the Feather Duster? Gosh, imagine if we were able to use a Feather Duster, just... Did they nerf the Bullbiter stage? I could survive hits without wearing any life saving, yep. Yeah, damage reduction or max HP evasion helps tremendously to like tank significantly more hits, power armor as well. I usually still recommend like any kind of like self-revive or auto heal, because the dot effect hurts. And what weapon is Summer Cherry using? The flaming, or I think it's a Vampire's Flaming Chainsaw. Vampire's Flaming Chainsaw. What should I do about this then? Oh, the world ended. Tell everyone now. The world's ending. Or the world has ended. Hope you're having a good day, young bones. How long is queue? Only question is if I can re-enter. No re-entries today, unfortunately, Bash. What do you call it? Yeah, we have a pretty hefty queue as well. Alright, there it is. Now, the reason why I wanted to use, or pulling out the bow, the importance of it is the stimming. Because, although I'm using a really bunk piece of armor, it's not fully modded the way that I want, and I think I'm missing a piece. But not only that, my defense build is all jank because I forgot to fill in the perk cards with my specials, because I only put on one legendary special, or one legendary perk card, which was strength, and all of my builds used the same 5: endurance, luck, intelligence, strength, and agility. Since I removed 4 of them, my builds are all jacked. I was like, It'd take too much time to get them resorted. I was like, never mind. You're just sitting at the drill stage with the all of the dangerous, and they couldn't kill you. Think you tanked like 20 hits in total until your armor broke. Nice. Have you used Charge 4-star effect deck? Considering it, I have no idea how well it works versus Pounders and Fencers. Charged? I want to say it's better than Pounders, but I can't say it with confidence. Only because I don't know how well the explosive damage is actually affecting the health pool of enemies. I'm dead. Oh, I live. Because Charged is similar to like bow explosive and Pedro explosive. It's practically double damage. So when you trigger it at max stacks, let's say that you hit for 10k, you're going to hit for like 20k. Or like 15k, something crazy like that. And of course it's AoE damage as well, so that is also splashing out to other enemies. It's really, really nice. But you can definitely see the chunks per power attack when they have a full charge, but I don't know if it's better than Pounders. Because Pounders is going to directly affect your weapon as well, and specifically what affect all of your damage. But I don't know if it can add up to the total of, holy crap, to the total of what Charged can do. Because essentially you're hitting for like 30k with a charged unarmed melee. Every three swings. Or like 20k if you're not using buffs. But I haven't tried it this season, so they might have like softened it up a bit. Or they might have changed it. I do plan on doing a melee setup here soon. I did try it with a cursed rolling pin. And yeah, we were still able to do some pretty decent damage, but I don't know, like, for like something with higher damage, like a Deathclaw Gauntlet. I don't know if the damage is still the same. Because with the rolling pin, we hit for like 8-9k for our power attacks on Earl, and our splash damage reflected that as 8 to 9k. But it is a fun 2-star. Or 4-star, excuse me. Oh, it feels so easy, or too easy now again. Did you change the PC or are you still on Xbox? Oh, I see you did PC first today? Yeah, we did PC first today. A video on what you do for mods on non-power armor for humans? Not like armor mods or anything. I don't have, I don't have a video for like non-PA setups, but you can use the recommendations on PA for regular armor as well. So for example, Caitlin, so you're using a human. Your legendary rolls are going to be one of 3 options as a full health. Overeaters, mutants, vanguards. Vanguards I'm gonna rank last for now because I think it's broken. The HP to percent damage reduction doesn't make sense, so I think it's bugged. So people are opting in for mutants because everyone runs mutations, but they're not using all 16 required mutations to get the 5%. Please, for the love of Todd, do not do that. It is not worth it. 4%, 4.5, whatever you may be sitting at is fine. Because if you want to go for the 16, you're going to have to use some of the terrible mutations that we have that have really bad negative effects. So, don't do it. Not worth it. And then Overeaters, it's still good. We're using that right now on this very baby build. We don't have a... We're just using 50 points in total. Our only defenses are here with Endurance, Natural Resistance, Iron Stomach, Ironclad, with 500 HP, and no mutations. And we are able to tank everything in the raid with the Overeater. In regards to your 2-star and 3-star, it all comes down to your build. If you have any preferences or if you have a specific build that you're going for, I'm more than happy to shoot off some recommendations for that. Oops, did not mean to take that. Use a vampire's flamer chainsaw, never thought of using it on the raid. Yeah. Yeah, in the raid you can use anything your heart desires. I mean, you always were able to, but it's a little bit better now just due to the fact that it's like 1,000 times easier. Yeah, this is still using the same build. We're going to be using a third weapon type, shotguns. This is the cold shoulder. Yes, this is another weapon that can be got from stabs, or if you're willing to spend the atoms, which I personally recommend because you unlock it for all your characters. Because whether you use it for damage, it has utility like so. You can slow your enemies, but it also is one of the best shotguns currently. And it deals some pretty decent damage. Now, even though we're not using any buffs and we're not critting every other shot, let alone critting often, it's still able to handle damage pretty well. Like, this is just us hitting links here with the weapon. No mutations, we can be doing more. If we had a different shotgun, maybe we could be dealing some more damage. Yeah, family emergency came up. Gonna give you a spot to raid. No worries, Joker. I hope everything is okay, my friend. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and just keep shooting, buddy. Even though we're not critting every the shots, you can see that the crits are helping with our damage. A lot. And then when it comes to us taking out the repair bots, it's perfectly fine. Yeah. That's why I'm emphasizing so much as to why this is not a specific build. Can't stand PA. Was thinking of your daily armor. I was thinking Unyielding Elementalist. Unyielding Elementalist would not be a bad option. I do recommend, if anything, for your third, maybe Healthy. Because Bloody builds with max HP feel really good right now. Since you don't plan on going bolstering for the damage reduction, beefing up your max HP will help quite a bit. In terms of giving you just a little bit more tankiness. While also still benefiting off of the unyielding set. That was a crazy spread right there. I have one stim pack. It's all over for me, Captain. I forgot to re-up on my stim packs again. That's the platform rotation for tomorrow. PlayStation, PC, Xbox. I need your advice on a build. I'm trying to cripple snakes by breaking plate A and B, using a quad elders to do it. I would put on Enforcer, Modern Renegade, or you can use those two cards and use a dragon instead, and then just swap over. You could technically use a Assaultron head to cripple as well, since laser rifles have gotten a nice little buff to that. But dragons are still nice because it also falls under your small guns. So if you're using small guns, bobbleheads, or guns and bullets 3 magazines for crit damage, it will apply to your dragon. But if you plan on just using just purely the Elder's Mark, put on those two cards and it should help a lot. Make sure you're critting, because crits do apply additional damage to the limb when you are trying to crack it. Yeah, things Labor Day should not be able to one-shot you. What kind of crap is that? You might have got hit with the power of friendship, Mandy. Melee damage, explosive, and then vultures. Unfortunate gauss shot. Would you recommend 4-star for bloody builds? For your 4-star, it really comes down to if you're a crit build. If you plan on doing a crit build, you can do one of two options. Since you're using Unyielding, getting 40 luck is cake. You'll probably already have it with your luck investment. But the reason why that's important is because you can go for 0 limit breakings and just go straight rangers for your ranged build. And what you'll need is then to have lucky hit on your 3-star. 40 luck, lucky hit, critical savvy, you can crit every other shot without any limit breakings. Downside about that is that the AP cost is going to be a bit higher for your weapon. Or if you don't want to do that, you can use limit breakings depending on how much luck you have and kind of determine where you're going to be for that. It will allow you to use VATS optimized, conserve your AP, use less coffees or sunshine oils, or even use conductors. You love VATS and doing crits? For sure. Yeah, those are a couple of your options. Let me know which one sounds more aligned to what you want, Caitlin. And then I can give you a little bit of a suggestion in terms of the limit breaking setup, or if you choose the 40 luck since you're using Unyielding, all you need is lucky hit. Just be wary of the AP cost of your weapons. You're looking on how to do raids with randoms. It looks bad. Me and my friends do it so organized. Who, me? Doing raids? It's bad? Why do you play on all platforms? If so, you can play with all your followers? Yes, it's to play with all my followers. Or as many of them as I can. But also to help players with the raids. But the reason why I'm doing terrible right now is because, one, I'm just kind of chilling. If I die, I die. It's okay. But I'm also using a beginner's build, so I'm using no buffs, no nothing. Trying to show like the bare bones and like give it more of a natural, because I mean, it is a natural feel. For like lower levels and things. But if it was just me and I was actually on my build, I have no issues doing the raids. If we're talking if we're talking about smoothness. Your raid team looks very unorganized. Oh. Well, I mean, with that regard, these are our viewers. Everyone does things a little bit differently, and I like to give people that freedom so then they can give an idea of like how the stages go. Because one thing I don't like doing is making people play a certain way, which is why a lot of my builds have a lot of ways for them to change the way that it looks. But for the raids itself, the raids can be done, the stages can be done definitely in more efficient ways. But if a player doesn't want to do it that way, that's fine. If a player wants to, that's fine as well. But then there's also newer players who prefer to do the raids and more, or like learn, because they might be new. They learn through experience. So they're just kind of figuring things out. But of course, if they wanted an explanation, I'll be able to teach them. And every run is always different, because we do have runs where we have very, very strong and efficient players joining us, and we can get through the raids in like 7 minutes. Especially if I'm using like my really strong builds and I'm not screwing around. Or if they're strong enough to handle the raids themselves, and if I am screwing around or dying a lot, they're able to do a full carry on their own. Now, every run is different, but I'll never force someone to play a certain way, even if it is to make things more organized, because they'll eventually figure it out. You know, they'll eventually figure out like, okay, so maybe the way that I just did it, now that I'm watching him do it, I guess his way, that way might look a little bit more efficient, a little bit better. You know? Because at the end of the day, especially for the raids, we will get through it. We will definitely get through it. Oh, can I shoot? Hello? Game? No? Alright. Cool. What in the world? What do you mean the power of friendship? Because he got multi-layered and survived almost everything? So what I mean by the power of friendship is you got hit by one major attack from all enemies at the same time. And even some of the most tankiest players sometimes get killed by that. Or one hit from each player takes out all of your health. Oh, and I have a question. I have a heavy metal armor from BOS BLS mods, but I have no legendary stars on them. Is that why I get one shot by the moles in the maze? Yes, I do recommend putting on some kind of 1-star, whether it be damage reduction or something health-based. I mean, even with a non-legendary armor set, you should be able to at least have like 10% of your health. But what is more than likely killing you, if that's the case, is the dot. He leaves a very aggressive bleed. So damage reduction or high HP values allows you to have a better chance of being able to tank them. So even if you throw on like, if you're a bloody build and you throw on bolstering, and you'll be able to tank a couple hits here and there. If you are full health and you want to use overeaters or even bloodied with overeaters, you'll be able to tank a hit or two. You just gotta make sure that you immediately throw down some stims, because the dot is the main killer. Believe it or not, the dot is the main killer. How's it going, Sork? Hope you're having a good day. You let that 4-star items job now from the event? It is nice. I was super duper happy to hear that the alien event is dropping the 4 stars. That's super sick. Your bloody build, so you have Evasive and Gunslinger 3, Expert, Gorilla, Master, Enforcer. What can I replace for Renegade? Ooh, that's a tough one. So was that 3, 6, 9, 10, 11. So you have what, 14? Yeah, you could get rid of if you it's a rough choice, but yeah, you can get rid of dodgy if you have that as a defensive. Evasive is fine if you have it. But you should be able to fit all those cards, or you can sacrifice Gunslinger. That can be another thing you could sacrifice. It's Gunslinger. Because that's what I've been doing, is sacrificing Gorilla and Gunslinger for the Enforcer and Modern Renegade, just so I can cripple the shield after the fight, then I swap back. Sometimes I get lazy and I'll just leave it. It doesn't really have a crazy effect, but... yeah. You try to reduce the AP as much as possible, for sure. So if that's the case, I would recommend... you more than likely have at least 30 AP. I'm gonna take a wild guess. Or 30 luck, excuse me. Caitlin. If you have... 30, at least 37 luck, you can use 3 limit breakings. Under that, you can use upwards to 4 limit breakings. Because Unyielding is gonna give you 15. Right? No, 10. If you have 15 through the cards, like 10 investment, 5 legendary luck, that's gonna get you 25. And then you have 28. If you're using a full luck set for your 2-star, you can get to 38. But if you're just using perk cards and Unyielding or limit breakings, would be another good option. Because then you'll be within the threshold of either 37 plus or 25 plus. Oh, it's 15? Okay, so then you'll have 30. And then if you use luck, you'll get over 30. 37. Why did I think that Unyielding was +2? I forgot, yeah, it's +3, so it's 15 all stats. Thank you, Bash. Thanks, Nick. And team, well done. Yes, that was a good run, guys. Up next, we have Nyx, Trevor, and Brandon McBride. Nyx, Trevor, and Brandon McBride. And how do I get a bunch of gas cans? They no longer exist, and if they do, I believe it is a very sketchy thing to do. It's more sketchy now. I forgot to pull out the shotgun for the last run, but you guys get the idea though, for like the beginner build, right? In regards to what I mean. Like, no, it's not the best, but hopefully it gives a good idea in regards to like what you guys can kind of go for or look into. And for our newer players, at least the minimum for doing damage. Because of course, using buffs, leveling up, getting more legendary perk cards, ranking them up, and filling your cards out a little bit more is definitely going to give you more access to more damage options. But for the most basic setup, you can get this at level 50. Bullet stacks, onslaught, crits, all of that is easily obtainable around level 50 plus. If you're 200, 300 and you're wondering like, why am I not doing a lot of damage? I'm using a heavy gun, I'm using the Gauss minigun, and I'm not doing as much damage. We'll look at your cards real quick, see if you have bullet stacks, bring in the big guns, bullet storm, and lock and load. If you don't have those cards, put those on. That's going to be a huge increase to your damage. If you have those but you're not using onslaught, and maybe you're using Furious but you don't have these cards on, put them on. Because if you're using Furious, that's 100, you're missing out on 55% increased damage with Furious. If that's what if that's what you're choosing for your 1-star. You're missing 100% total damage, but 55 from the cards. Now, if you are not a crit user, crits are always going to be stronger than ADS. Unless you're using an Enclave Plasma. I think the Enclave Plasma is really the only exception. For the Guardian specifically. But crits will always be the strongest version of a weapon. You don't have to do crits. But if you are going to use crits, critical savvy, better criticals, and I like to recommend 4-leaf clover because depending on the player, if you like standing far from your enemies, you're not going to always have 95% hit chance even if you have a bunch of VATS hit chance per cards. You might be able to get 70, 80, but the closer you get to your target, the more accuracy you'll have. So 4-leaf clover will give you leniency in that. So if you're hitting for 70% of the time, 30% of misses is going to fill up your crit bar. You're going to be able to crit every other shot. Or crit a little bit more consistently instead of having no damage actually being put out every time you miss. And this goes for any ranged weapon. But again, this is not specific to anything. This is just a basic build for damage. For any ranged weapon that is not a bow, single fire, or pistols. So commandos, heavy guns, high ammo cap automatic weapons. And then if you wanted to use it for a single fire weapon, reverse onslaught. Which would be the inclusion of, or not inclusion, but including the Gunslinger Master Perk card. And then you would have a single fire setup. And then instead of having bullet stacks for those low ammo cap weapons, pistols, and things, turn it into crippling cards. Because then you'll be able to use a cripple setup to increase your damage as well. We finally got the bayonet for the black powder rifle today. Very nice, Mafia. And do you like sentinels for armor? I have 2 overeaters, intelligence, active, limit breaking in all 5 pieces, thinking of swapping. I actually like sentinels, but I think I'm going to be moving into healthies just because max HP just feels good. And I don't know, there's something calling to me about the max HP. So we have, I don't know who we have, Drop Pod John and Phantasm. Who are you guys? I'm so sorry. And Garrett, do you need Gunslinger Master to proc onslaught stacks if you don't have Furious Weapon? No. So, when it comes to onslaught, these cards, Gunslinger Master, Gunslinger Expert, Guerrilla Expert, these are their own separate things. They're additional to Furious for the additional damage and stats that they bring. But you don't need Furious to get the benefits of these cards. You'll have more benefits with the weapon. But these will still give you bonuses for their stats. And the main thing is the weak spot damage, because you'll get 11%. Drop out Trevor's you? Okay, for sure. So we're missing Brandon. Brandon, are you here? Brandon McBride. Yeah, you'll still be able to get benefits from these cards. So if I just had Guerrilla Master, it's 5 stacks. That'll be 25% increased close range damage. But if I add Gunslinger Expert, that's 3 stacks. So I now have a total of 8. So that'll be 40% increased close range damage. And then of course, adding this, it'll be 55% increased close range damage because it's all stacks. And then we'll get 11 stacks for weak spot damage. We'll get 11% for faster reload. You still get those benefits without Furious, which is why I always and usually recommend it. But some people don't use it if they're not using Furious, which is reasonable because they might opt in for covert ops. They might even go for more utility, cripple setups, more defensive perks. There's a lot of different options in agility, but I usually recommend this with or without Furious to run it. Because if you're not getting close range damage, you got the weak spot damage and the faster reload. So you're getting something out of it. But of course, you can also fill in for like Gorilla, but if you're not using close range damage, this is more than Gorilla, but these do stack. So you'll have 55% close range with these 3 cards, and then you add another 20%, 75. Or you can go Gunslinger, you'll have the 12% here, which you'll get 11% from here. Combine them both, now you have a nice little hefty amount of additional damage without Furious. If that makes sense. How's it going, Luke? Hope you're having a good day. Looks like Brandon isn't here. Bees. The bees. Are you here, buddy? And Garrett, thank you so much for the sub. You're doing some testing on a custom world, seeing exactly what effects throwing damage. Sure looks like melee damage strength food does nothing. Yes, it is not considered a melee or a melee weapon, sadly. My notebook. But if you want, Jerry, use bullet stacks and reverse onslaught. Yeah, for the tomahawk, yeah, reverse onslaught bullet stacks do work. Close range damage is better than long range, but you can kind of like ease that up with using ranged weapons, and it also gives you a better option if you want to go for like a crit setup. So, tomahawk crit builds are based off of the weapon's range. The 1-star, which is going to be Furious for the reverse onslaught, and the 4-star, which I recommend being Polished, because it doesn't piggyback off of pinpointers, which kind of sucks. But if you have a weapon that has a long range, 2 weapons I would recommend are Gatling Plasmas, Splitter Gatling Plasmas if you want a faster charge, or do a Gatling Laser. Gatling Lasers have a significantly higher range than most of the heavy guns, if I remember correctly, minus the caster. Reason why the Gatling Laser is because it also has, you can charge it with two fusion cores. Kind of expensive, so that's why it's kind of an option if you want the range. But Splitter Gatling Plasma, fast charge, good range, not too bad. Half a core. But all the other perk cards like Bow Before Me, Center Mass works. Weak Spot does work if you could fit it in, but I would recommend focusing more on close range, it's better. Tormentor works. And then Backwoodsman 7, I believe, is one of the better things. The downside about a crit Tomahawk build, though, is in order to crit, you have to have a full set of limit breaking. That is the only downside. Now, if you're not going for a crit build, yeah, just light them up. Just first person, spam that the throwables, and you can rapid fire. Super duper nice. How's it going today, Nick? Glad to see Invader Boss is 4 stars now. Hope our events do this. I hope so too. I hope so too. Glad to see you don't tire of raids. So I kind of gave up on them, but last night we had like a 60-man group. It was really fun. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's hard for me to get bored of raids. Everyone is different. That's why I love doing them. But even if it was just me soloing them, I don't know why, but it's addicting. It is oddly addicting. Hold on, excuse me. Or not. Alright, let me go ahead and... Okay. Let's go try and get across from each other. I keep forgetting to grab my dragon. My AP. We'll make all this on the custom and see how much I can stack it up. Got this, brother. It's a lot of fun. I really hope you find the crit setup to be fun. It takes a little bit of practice for sure, but I think it's a really fun build. We're all thankful you don't get bored of the raids. I think I gotta add like 8 points to our raid counter because I haven't been adding them at all today. I've been a little bit focused on what we're doing. And I also apologize if I sound like really like over explaining the stuff. I don't mean to sound like really negative or bad or mad. It's just I'm not entirely sure why I sound like that. Not entirely sure why I sound like that, but I hope it's it's not misunderstood. Thank you, bees. That bees? That is bees. Appreciate you, buddy. Oh, I should probably pull out my my bow. All right. Good sir. Thank you. It really feels so weird not having any mutations on right now. Cause I'm wondering like if I put on, or if I suppress my mutations and I put on Jaguar Sprint on my ghoul, would I feel fast or still feel just as fast with 40%? Because I'm only using 20% because of squad maneuvers. But I also have my movement speed suppressed or I don't have my movement speed from Speed Demon. But it feels so freaking slow. It doesn't feel like... It feels like I'm... You know, just pushing it. You know, just trying to survive. You know, like playing a horror game where you're being chased but your character's walking. The sprint is a walk. You know, a casual light jog while your life is in danger. Speaking of that, from anyone who plays like horror games, does that make you mad or does that ever piss you off? Like when you're playing a horror game, you're getting chased by something, you know, you're startled, you're scared, and your character, and it's making your character like, oh, you have to run to escape, but your character is just like, what? Your life's in danger, sir. You're going to die. Like that. Get stuck in a wall. But you're just... Well, the thing that's chasing you is somehow full sprint, but you're still outpacing them. You can see them moving just... But your character's just... It's like, freaking move, please. Build suspense, sure, I get it, but damn it, man. Give me something realistic. you know? Oh, there's a killer over there about like a mile away from me. I can see him, he can see me, he's after me. Alright, in the car, I'm out. You can survive them now if you spam kits right away. You can. You purposely let it get to you, then you're good. That's fair. That's actually kind of big brain. You know, get the first kill over and done with. Then round 2. Like running in a dream, yes. It's the worst. And yes, dying like the beast. Yeah, one of the games that I'm immediately reminded of is Home Sweet Home. It is a great game, but holy hell, I wanted to just scream. Like one of those like blood-curdling screams, not because I'm scared, but because I'm frustrated, I'm angry, you know, neck vein popping. They're stuck here with me. Good. But bees, we are all dead, buddy. I lied, I love this song. In fact, 12-hour run now. Oh my gosh, imagine. Ugh. Feels very appropriate for this current situation, yes. I understand. There needs to be like a really slowed and reverb version of that song. I wonder if there is. I think it would sound hilarious. It chopped and screwed, yeah. I think that'd be so funny. You hate it here? That's right. The best. The best. A dubstep version? Oh no. You want a Nightcore version? A Nightcore version I think wouldn't be too bad. Just what I was waiting for. I'm always here. He one-shotted you the third time he hit you? He won't. That Angus. Or actually, you know what? No, that should be fine. I wonder if using healing hands is actually better than doing EMT. Instant add to my playlist. No, nightmare music. Okay, one more out, then I'm off again. Can't, please, please. Make it stop. My brain, I can never escape it. You can't. Fosnot is everywhere. As it slowly fades in and out in the background. And Wade, your poor little hotspot is exhausted. It just can't keep running while I'm running 2 Fallout accounts at the same time. Sadness. Oh. It's okay. The grind is far more important, brother. You got this. Oh god, that hurt. Ow. Hey, I can rewind the live stream, right? You can. I think if you are a sub to the channel, you can rewind like 30 minutes on Twitch, but you can rewind the entire stream on YouTube. Quick, someone oh god. No, what the hell? After cleaning, that's so not what I want in my brain. Would Loki be a sick sub goal? A sub goal just a 10-hour what is it called? Yeah, 10-hour loop of false knot music. Man, it has a whole stream of non-stop false knot. I don't think anyone would ever want that. Gamer Tenant. Oh, Brandon, I'm so sorry, dude. Unfortunately, we had to skip you because, oh, what do you call it? We were waiting and calling your name out, but I didn't get any response for a while. I'll call in sick. I'm something of a Swiss man myself, you know. Heal, bees, heal. God damn. Oh wow, 3. Wow, so many. Wow. The thickest. The thickest streak. I can't join because someone's in your slot. I know, Brendan. Well, what I want. So we tried calling out your name a while ago, but there was no response. We waited. We waited for a bit while calling you out. Unfortunately, still no response. So I figured that you weren't here, and we ended up having to skip you. Are they interested in claiming deaths, but I can't join the team because someone else says your gamer tag is Renegade Fiend? Yes. But unfortunately, we had to skip you, Brandon, because there was no response when I was calling out your name for the raid run, because I thought you were gone. If it seems like I'm responding very, very late, Brandon, give the stream a refresh because you might be delayed by maybe 10 or 15 minutes. Just in case. I've been here the whole time. Unless you were responding, the last message I got from you was I just had a Bigfoot spawn after the Invaders event after Wavy Willard, but that was way before we finished our raid. And then once we finished our raid, we sat for a little while, calling out the next set of raiders, and then I didn't get any response. Did the delay that bad? I've been watching the stream since you were on to PC, and I got skipped. Each person is a little bit different. I don't know what's up with YouTube. Sometimes someone's delay could be pretty rough. It's mainly connection or YouTube side. So, yeah, I didn't see. Hello. I opened the YouTube stream and it just played double false knot music. Never been so terrified. Gotta rewind it back. I wish Trapper Armor wasn't so sucky. It looks cool. Trapper Armor does look cool. It would have been a 90 streak by now. Yeah, my internet. Internet be poo poo sometimes, for sure. Holy hell, it is hot. What was it? "91 days for you at the moment." I'm enjoying my AFK build so much that I want to try and remake or try to make a non-PA version so I can AFK in just my green swim trunks without shoes on. I mean, technically you can. Back to Marathon? Oh, question, if I cancel follow first, will I lose anything? No. You'll still have access to all of your scrap boxes and stash boxes. You just can't put anything in them. I'll reactivate it when I've had my fill of blood, for sure. Yeah, if you guys are on YouTube, unfortunately there is, I don't know what it is, but everyone has a different experience in terms of delay. I do have my live setting turned on, or like low latency I believe is what it's called, where if you type I see it immediately and I usually respond. But there's also the instance where sometimes YouTube will hold your or not hold your message, but prevent your messages from being seen on my end, even though it's posting on yours. There's nothing I can do about that, nor the delay that you guys might experience. But I do try to give enough time in between callouts for raids. And if it seems like I'm responding to your comments super duper late, give the stream a refresh. I usually try to respond to them as quickly as I possibly can. Sure do wish they would make it crossplay so friends that play different platforms. Yeah. Reactivate it to rate with that. I reactivate it when you feel your blood. Get your feel of the blood. Blood. Alright, I'll focus up here. I need to fix my defense build. Well, we'll do it later. Do it another time. Oh no. Oh, I don't have a full set of runners, I forgot. And actually, I can't remember if My armor pieces are broken. No. We got this. Hold strong. Ooh. Up. Up. Oh. Dude, I'm doing so freaking bad today. What is happening? I got the Pringles fit today. Genuinely hoping or hopping around the shop. I was so excited. Let's go. Big old mustache. But we are all dead bees. Alright, let me put on my speed demon. If anything, I'll have to put that on. Let me see if I have an extra runners. You know what I've been messing up with though? I just realized. Is I've been scrapping legendary box mods here. Now the reason why that's an issue is because this character doesn't really know many mods. And I don't really want him to have legendary modules. Because all the crafting and such is on my main character. So it's been really unfortunate. Now that I'm realizing it. But bees, we're all dead, buddy. Okay. You may be on. My bad. I'm only running on a couple hours of sleep. 2? 3? I think. Do have an extra runners. Wait. Do I waste it? Legs, and that's my left arm. Do I need a right arm? Left leg, left arm. What? Right arm. Uno momento. No, I'm yawning. I hate you all. Good. Very good. Yay! What? Oh, damn it. I should have just... Oh, no. No. I could have put it on the Brotherhood pieces, not the... Oh, man. Why? Why? I didn't realize it. What happened? I had an extra runner's piece, and I thought my Brotherhood set had full runners. It didn't. So... I don't have speed demon, oops. So I put it on an unyielding piece as a replacement until I get the last piece of Brotherhood recon armor. I don't have the full set on here. And yeah. On Fortnite. You got 3 runnings I can give you later? Oh no, you're good. I'm on Xbox, so that's... Appreciate it though. And I can make them? It's okay. I think I could make them as well, but I don't know if I have the modules for it. Oh, no! AP! That was unfortunate. I was gonna try and bash him. Raid build is perfect, not gonna lie. Just make sure you got the extra AP for running around. Yeah. Yeah, I like running the full runner set just because I don't have to worry about the my AP running out. But also the other option now is going like a super high max AP build. This is why does bashing have to consume so much, man? So much. Ow. I have the worst luck with limit breaking mods. I feel you. Took me over like 400. Over 400 limit breakings to learn on PC. It's a grand old time. Oh my god, you piece of crap. No! Why? Oh, that was for stamp farming. Oh, okay. Oopsie. Not even trying to learn it, just trying to get the box mods for your armor. Oh. Fair. I mean, if you have modules, I can craft them for you. Lucky there are very sweet people in Discord and you have all the mods I can give you. For sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to get you some limit breakings on PC when I get the chance. Alright, give me just a second. I need to get my speed demon if I have it. That's crazy. I just realized that even though this is technically my very first character that I've ever made in Fallout 76, the character that I'm currently playing on, he's my second highest level character, but also I didn't realize that I didn't do much on him until I started getting him to level 1000. And by that I mean I 100% thought that I had all the mutations on him, but I don't. Which is crazy to me. There we go. Oh, that feels so much better. Look at that. Huge difference. Crazy. Good old speed demon. Alright. We should be good now. You won't be home until later, for sure. Just ping me in the Discord if anything, then, and I'll see what I could do. Hopefully I'll be free. Excuse me, sir. Boo doo 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 doo. Boo boo doo boo. Boo boo. Boo boo. Was I able to join the queue? Yeah. Although I don't know how much time I have left. I have to look at the clock after we finish this raid. Let's see what we got going on. What's good? You got 4 limit breakings and your bow refuses to crit every other shot. What is your luck sitting at? If you are under 25, you will not be able to crit every other shot. Of course, when you make it home. And you're able to check. Oh! I've been spoiled by runners. $5.35? Okay. Did you happen to hide a comment on YouTube like 2 hours ago? I did not. I don't know why I grabbed that one. It might have gotten deleted. Or it might have gotten auto-modded depending on what it was. I mean... Cause, yeah, I mean... I wasn't kidding when I say, like, I have a lot of people who don't like me. Especially on YouTube when my videos. The amount of hidden comments that I delete is comical. I guess me offering myself as tribute is all we needed. No, I finally put on something for my movement speed, so I'm actually to get zip in and out, which helps a lot. I'm guessing I can just see the comment and the replies somehow on your screen. Oh. I had a comment on here that I saw with the pop-up, but it's gone now. Interesting. Yeah, I think it got auto-modded to the point where it got deleted or the person deleted it themselves. Volologist, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Need to try heavyweight with movement speed just to be over-encumbered? Or just be over-encumbered? Maybe we can tinker with that tomorrow, because tomorrow I plan on doing on like public servers and just kind of screwing around. Maybe we'll do like a heavyweight build. We'll do tomahawk, we'll do heavyweight. I think that'll be fun. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Oh, him. His name is correct though. That's actually kind of funny that you can still see it. I didn't get any notification for it. But if it's still visible, I'll probably have to remove it. But thank you for letting me know. Moose. Ooh. I forgot to put on my armor. That's not good. I got a little sidetracked. Oh my goodness. Oh. Mm-mm. And do that. There we go. Could've just done that starter build with the broadsider. Dude, imagine. Oh, did I crash? I did crash. Oh no, we're okay. I mean, technically you can do the broadsider setup. With this, all you need is just... Yeah, all you need is just Demolition Expert. Yeah, technically. Demolition Expert with a 2-shot and bada bing bada boom, you got yourself a very, very nice broadsider setup for a beginner build. 2-shot explosive. Hello! Go ahead and take these guys. Oh, oh. There we go. Take them down. Take them down. Ow. Alright, I gotta restock on our fusion cores real quick after this run. Would the auto grenade launcher be worth building into something? I mean, it probably is pretty decent right now, with the TSC. But I don't normally recommend it, especially if you plan on using Grenadier, because it's super duper flashy. When it comes to any kind of launcher build, which is why I'm really happy about the broadsider, is that it's not flashy. You don't need Grenadier, and Grenadier doesn't benefit the broadsider much, if at all. But technically, all launchers in the game right now are really strong. What 1-star mod would you recommend on V63 Carbine? You have a couple options. It has a pretty decent ammo count, so if you have instant reload or really fast reload, it can get some pretty decent usage out of bullet stacks. I'd probably recommend just the 10 stack. And if you want to even further that, you can go for 2-shot. But Furious is always a solid option if you're going to use the Onslaught perk cards, and then of course Quad if you want to have an even larger... Ooh. Oh. Ow. Stop it. Where's my shotgun? There we go. Sir. There we go. The grenade launcher is nuts. I found that the bow can one-shot small crystals in the stage. Oh, not the stagger. There we go. Ow, my armor. Please stop hitting me, sir. I'm just trying to get through the stage, man. Sir? Oh. Hello. Don't I look delicious? Come here. Thank you. Oh no. My armor piece. And Maddie, you got paid, so I paid the troll to come back for you. Honestly, I think I have another old troll who made a new account, but I just can't prove it. They're harmless, but as long as they don't go buck nutty like they did before. Because their responses and the way that the interactions are very, very similar. But he's a lot. I don't know if it's the actual same person, but cadence in terms of, well, maybe not cadence, but the way that they type, the way that they explain things, and the way that we interact with each other is very, very similar. It's almost like deja vu. Alright, let me go ahead. Let me fix myself. There we go. Come here, sir. Kind of crazy how big the slow is for... or how big the radius for the slow is. I'm gonna save that one. I'm gonna go wrap around. I'm gonna do that instead. Owie. Come back. Come hither, good sir. And leave my armor alone. Thank you. Jetpack as Bloodied is a must for you in the raid. Gotta go zipping by. I do miss running around with a jetpack. Back in my day, I used to always run a jetpack. Used to always run one. Because... well, we also, you were definitely there for that as well, but... one thing that I like to do was launch myself off a catapult. And... escape the map. Get out of 76. It would crash my game immediately, but... it'd be times where I'd be able to do it. I think I've escaped the map twice? Pre-war, buddy, yeah! You shouldn't be dropping anything, but I'll take anything. Very good. But not only that, it was a lot of fun. Especially with like the laggy servers where you can just shoot yourself up super high into the sky. If anyone remembers that. And technically it was a thing for Fosnot, I think it was last year. Like during the season of Fosnot, around this time. Where you would like double tap your jetpack. Because you would jump, pause, and then you just shoot straight up into the sky. Oh no. I didn't realize my health. There's her. Where is Buddy? Not there. So one little thing about a situation like this, if you guys ever get a enemy where they're not showing up, you have to check the caves. Be sure to check all the spawn points. because sometimes they might get stuck there. Check underneath the ramps. And then I usually always recommend like tapping your vats, because sometimes they might get stuck inside of something, or they might get stuck behind a crystal, or they might be stuck inside of a dead body. So vatsing them will give you a chance to find them. Of course, you might vats onto a egg, which is okay, that happens. Either crack them or just step over them. But using the vats helps a little bit in trying to find them. There he is. Hey, buddy. Alright. Come back. How the hell? There we go. Didn't even see him. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Check the caves. Tap your vats every now and then. You might be able to lock onto him. Wizard's Camp has the made mothership with the blue cow grills under floating up in the green lights like a cow abduction. Funny as hell, dude. That's awesome. Dude, that's actually so cool. Hell yeah. No, we'll keep the 45 rounds. And we'll just use this for the finale. And yeah, brown croquets in the room. I do not. I do not. And the Brahmin resource cow as well. The cow. It's all the cows. Ooh. Now normally I'd be running quad vets optimized on this, which is my favorite combination. Is it the new lodge, just the old vines? I think so. I think so. Also, hope you're having a good day, Bear. It's good to see you, my friend. Actually, out of curiosity, do I have any? No, I don't. I was gonna say, if I had any cannonballs, I was gonna say, I wonder if I could just use the weapon. Accept my love, good sir. Come on, there we go. Oh, I'm coming. I gotta get closer. Want that hit chance. Oh, there we go. Beautiful work. Good stuff, guys. Going down with the ship. Oh, it spawned me in the raid still. But yeah, I mean that is, I guess that like that that's the low health build. This is what I've been trying to work on all day yesterday in terms of like wanting to put it out. Now that I got a lot of the steam out, and also I'll probably end up doing like just a couple like snake runs, or I don't know what I want to do with the video, but at least proof that it's not specific to a build. Yes, other builds will, or other weapons will perform better, but it all comes down to the legendaries behind the build. So this is just a fresh Elder's Mark. Put on Furious on this bad boy, it'll be great. Put on Bats Optimize, even better. If you have access to 4 stars, you can throw those 4 stars into the weapon, it'll be even stronger. You can use things like the Gauss minigun if you wanted to go for a heavy gun. This is the most basic setup that we can do. Even if 2-shot gets nerfed, we have Furious. Put on pinpointers or conductors for AP, it'll be pretty solid. Add on a pentabarrel or a Tesla coil capacitor, it'll be even stronger. And that is also if you just use these simple cards. Now again, when it comes to converting this into a ghoul, the only thing human based that we have really is our Thirst Quencher, Natural Resistance, and Iron Stomach. So what you would do is remove those 3, put on Glowing Gut, and then set a Psychopath and One Gun Army. If you wanted to beef up the damage in general, you could put on Faulty Spots and Glowing Criticals. And then you would have your setup for crits there. But this will also work for Pepper Shakers, because Pepper Shakers with 50 rounds can take advantage of the full bullet stacks of bringing the big guns, and also Furious. Some people prefer quad, but you'll still get the Furious bonuses. Yeah. Also, before I break any of my other builds, I'll kind of give you guys another little comparison. I don't know. Yeah, I think this guy has it. So that's the build, right? Yeah, shotgun build. So here is the shotgun build. Right. And then pull this up. So that I have to keep scrolling back and down, or back and forth. And actually what I could do for this is that's a little bit too big. So this is, on the left hand side, this is the shotgun build, endgame shotgun build. On the right hand side is our beginner's damage build. So what you see here, and also because one wrong thing about this build is that I'm also not using my traveling pharmacy, because it hasn't been updated to season 24. But if you look at the perk cards, you can see that they are very similar. We have traveling pharmacy, we have lock and load, and we have bullet storm. And if I wanted to, depending on the weapon, if I went for a pepper shaker build, I could put on the bringing the big guns. But we have very similar cards that went with this. So let's say that you wanted to do a pepper shaker, bringing the big guns, and then you could have the shotgun champ, or you can replace it with easy target. that can also work for that beginner build. Here we have our awareness, our concentrated fire. We have our tank killer and our number cruncher. More points investment because of specials. We can add more to make it even stronger. Tormentor for crippling, center masochist. Again, shotgun setup, but I use these for my heavy gunners as well. Now moving on to our technically endurance cards. We have our ironclad. We have our natural resistance, our starch genes, our thirst quencher, and then technically this should have iron stomach. I don't know why that's there. And then we have our cola nut. This was to add a little bit. I think we're going for a 40 luck to crit every other shot. Oops. Yeah, if we had... Where is it? Nope. There we go. Yeah, if we had more perk points or our legendary perk cards, we can add more to the set. Of course, what do you call it? Oops, there we go. And then of course, if you don't want those defensive perk cards, you can use them for something else. But usually I highly recommend at least having Iron Stomach, Thirst Quencher, and Natural Resistance. Ironclad, honestly, is just too good to not use. And then of course, if you're using a mutation set, Starch Genes. But practically the same. Charisma, we don't have enough points to move into it, so we're not using... We have Party Boy and Happy Go Lucky, so we were going for a 40 crit setup. But this would be Tenderizer. And then we would have our Charisma setup. Now, I do believe this was going for a... What is it called? Not a cryolator. What do you call it? Cold shoulder. So, again, more legendary perk cards, when you have them, gives you a lot of access to more perk cards to make the build better. But in terms of combination, and as I mentioned earlier, depending on what your choice of build is, let's say that you were going for a shotgun build and you wanted to do the cryolator, instead of stabilize, you'd put on cryologist. Of course, there's batteries included with that. The more points that you have, the greater the build can be. We have our defensive stuff like field surgeon and first aid, and then we also have just kind of throwaway cards to kind of scale the cryologist. And then here, similar or the exact same for the damage cards, we have, well, I think this one for a cripple setup. But we would have, if we were going for, let's say, a furious double barrel, we would have the gorilla setup. But I think this was more focused on crippling. But for our crit section, how's it going, else? Hope you're having a good day. And then for our crit section, oh god, that's fine. There we go. Now, depending on your choice, but I always run it. 4-leaf clover, better criticals, critical savvy, and then since we have a lot of free points to use elsewhere, we can use whatever. So back in the other previous seasons, I like to use Cap Collector, and honestly, I'll probably end up using it again, depending on seeing how the next patch or update's going to be. Because the reason why we ran this is because with raids, you'd be able to get a second set of caps, which was why I was always able to get my caps maxed out very quickly, but I also got really lazy with spending them. But quick hands, always nice to have as an alternative if you wanted to do that for, again, depending on your build. I do recommend any kind of instant reload for low ammo cap weapons. Elder's Marks if you're not going quad. Very, very nice for 2-shot Furious. If you were going for a Pepper Shaker, you're not going quad but you wanted Furious. Instant reload is a glorious card to have. Of course, depending on what you're using, you can also add in a bunch of reload. But you can see that we have a lot of very similar cards depending on the situation and of course preference. As I mentioned, each build can be a little bit different depending on if you prefer Crippling or if you prefer Furious, or if you prefer using the Furious cards to get the benefits from it. Another option here is mainly the heavy gun, but unfortunately I might have screwed this. Because the heavy gunner build and the commando builds, I don't have a commando build here, are going to be the most similar. Oh, it fixed. Oh, bless. Just kidding. It fixed. But here is what you would see for my heavy gunner build. We have our 4-leaf clover, we have our better criticals, class free, critical savvy, cap collector is just an extra ricochet and 1-gun army. We have everything for our crits here minus the psychopath. Now that I haven't been using this and I don't really care for ricochet because we use 4-leaf clover for either 1-tap Assaultron head or dragon depending on your preference, you can use whatever you want for these last 2 cards. So psychopath wouldn't be a bad option. But very similar in terms of the perks. Gorilla, again for a high DPS build, or like a weapon with a high ammo cap, or if you're using Furious or not, or using Furious, Onslaught cards will still give you the bonuses and benefits. It's worth using for a lot of weapons. But of course, just like the shotgun build that I showed earlier, crippling options is not too bad. But depending on your setup, on our main build we do have our gunslinger and our gorilla. Now these are mainly what I like to use for bossing outside of Guardian, because for me as a player, I like to stand close, and weak spot damage is always great. So these cards would be great for any type of bossing besides the Guardian, because the weak spot damage will be nice for torso but doesn't help for the shield. So if you're using, let's say that you wanted to use this build here for a Guardian arm, the main things that you would want: Enforcer, and Modern Renegade. You have a crit charge beforehand because you can use either an Assaultron head or a dragon depending on your preference, and this will be enough to get you close to 1-tapping with the Assaultron head, or 4-tapping or 4 shots, 2 crits with the dragon. And then you'll have yourself a pretty solid Guardian farming build with just this. But the same can be said with the beginner build, because if you were using the beginner build, you put on these 2 cards, or those 2 cards, Modern Renegade and Enforcer, and you'd be able to use the dragon or black powder weapons or the Assaultron head to crack the shield, because it doesn't take a lot. You might need some buffs. Oh, but you guys kind of get the idea, right? Like what I'm hopefully picking up what I'm putting down. More points, more opportunity, but in terms of base cards, it's the same or very similar. Because for any of our newer friends who are wondering, like, wait, how do you have so many cards? And that's due to specials. That's due to the special legendary perk cards. When you have them maxed out, each stat can have up to 15 points. So unless you want to, I have a video that explains it all, but the short and sweet of it is, if you put 15 points into strength, let's say you're doing a melee build, you're going to have 15 points worth of melee damage for your strength build, but you can only put 15 points of cards. Let's say that you then add a maxed out strength special, legendary special card, which gives you an additional 5 points. that not only will give you the benefits of the strength, but you will not be able to put 20 total points in the stat because it's capped at 15. So what will happen, or what you would do, is kind of similar to what we did here with some of these rolls, is use 10 points. That frees up 5 points in your build to use it elsewhere. But if you're going for a melee build, you want 15 points directly into strength. That's extra damage. But just wanted to give that as an example. So, again, to kind of give that as a better example is we have 15 points put directly into luck right here, right? If I go into my or into my legendary cards, we have our luck. So this is 20 points of luck in our perk cards. But I can't put those 20. Well, let's say that I remove those 5 points. I still have my 15. So then I can use those 5 points to beef up the build. So for, let's say that I wanted this to be an energy build, and I wanted to have a little bit more damage. I'd put 2 points here into intelligence, 3 points here into agility, right? So then I can use an elemental perk or maybe science, and then I can add a little bit more damage here, disregarding the agility and the intelligence. So now I have more points, more cards, but I still have the same value. You know what I mean? So that's what I mean by, as you get higher in your level, and you start getting your legendary perk cards up, you can use this bare minimum set of perk cards for damage for practically everything. Oop, hold on. You can use this setup for practically everything, and then adjust it to whatever you may want. Triple setup, you can do it. If you wanted to go for just purely agility, you can do that. If you wanted to keep just bullet stacks and maybe go for a sneak setup, you can do that. You'll have that ability to do that with this build. Adjust it however you want, because it's the basic setup for damage. And then lastly, just stoop. What the hell? Oh, I'm at the... What am I looking at? What happened here? Oh no. What did I press? Tiny screen. I broke it, did it. You can easily find all the smart for 2k caps and vendors if you're lucky 500 caps, or you can get lucky and get it from the Beast of Burdens, but yes. Elder's Mark is a cheap, powerful weapon that you can find in vendors, so definitely worth spending the caps on if your luck is not good for Bob. Don't leave server, please. I got you, bud. Yeah, you do what you gotta do. So how would you hierarchize the special stats legendary perk cards if we plan on having either follow through or taking one for the team? I rarely see anyone max the charisma legendary perk card. I don't know why this is the way that it is. What am I looking at? What is this? Okay. Oh my goodness, dude, I was freaking out. I was like, what did I break? I mean, follow through I don't think is worth. And the main reason why is because not everything, or they still kind of screwed sneak. It's still good, but the main thing you can use follow through on is really just um maybe queens, potentially earls if you stand in the shadows, and headhunts. But you get more from take one from the team in general because it stacks with your teammates if they have it. And my personal opinion, of course, I don't use sneak. I don't think it's really worth, personally. But take one for the team, I think, just has more value. If you play by yourself, play purely solo without a team, then follow through is fine. But if you are in a public team and you're occasionally going to events or you're doing raids or doing things with other players, take one for the team is, in my opinion, 1,000 times better because it stacks with your other players and it's multiplicative. So if you see, like, for example, one of the best examples that I can give is my Furious Broadsider video, where I generally usually hit for like 51 to 60k on the eyes at 10% for the snake. But I ran a run with 2 other people. I believe one of them, if not both of them, had take one for the team active. We all got hit. 10% happened. I hit for 81k. And that was the one and only time that I've ever hit that. Because not everyone runs take one for the team. And not everyone gets hit at the exact same time. So if you get hit, your damage goes up, your team damage goes up. If another player gets hit while yours goes or runs out, then you still get that damage back. If both of you get hit, your damage is going to get higher. If your entire team gets hit at the same time, you're going to see some crazy numbers. It's only for a short period, but it's still significantly more than what I think follow through can give. And you can use it everywhere. There is no restriction besides you being in a solo team. In terms of specials, you don't have to use all these specials because there are some instances where I look at my build where it's like, maybe I can get rid of endurance or maybe I can get rid of intelligence. Like, I don't need it. But even with the passive bonuses that you have, or that you get from these, it's valuable. Endurance is, I guess, sprint duration as well as max HP. Agility is max AP. Intelligence is EXP. Increased damage to your elemental science weapons, as well as learning mods, not legendaries, learning mods from certain weapons and armor, base mods. Luck is your crit fill, strength is your carry weight and your melee damage. And not only that, a lot of the key stuff, the most valuable cards come in those stats. All of your heavy gun stat damage and crippling cards come from strength. So if you're not going for a melee build, you can produce 10 points into it and have a max strength card, and now you have something to use all of your cards in, or even use less now because of blocker. You have endurance, so even if you don't use all of these defensive cards, you're still going to get a bonus or an additional HP from it, while also saving points instead of investing 12 directly into here. You have 5 more points that you can use elsewhere. Intelligence, must have for any EXP builds, put 12 points directly into intelligence, max intelligence perk card, then you have 20 points of intelligence for experience. Agility, max AP, is always good. Luck, crit fill, limit breaking determines how much you're going to use. That's why I always use those, because even if I went for melee, actually let me pull this up. Oops. If I went for melee, I only have one thing, or technically 2 things to do as a ghoul, and that is change herbivore into carnivore, put on talons and twisted muscles, and go feral. Could figure out how to get this pic to Discord, so I sent you a screenshot on Xbox for sure, Mighty. Code Red, hope you're having a good day. It is Ultron Head for nothing, and it's one shots the Garden Shield with a quad on it and crippling. Yep. As I mentioned, or at least I mentioned the crippling, but yeah, you can get the Ultron Head for nothing for sure. But thank you. So Perception and Charisma are at least the ideal cards in the mix-up. Generally, yes. I mean, there are some builds that will take advantage of it. So, for example, Choo Choos. This is my Choo Choos build. Now, I'm not going to be using Charisma Perk cards, but I will get a lot of other benefits from having all of these, because Choo Choos is a melee build, but you can only do so much with it. Because since you're not actually using a melee weapon, you can still get the benefits off of things like Party Boy, Party Girl for scaling, Tenderizer. Squad maneuvers now, because of movement speed, it makes you feel like you're just a train, just super duper fun. Feral Presence, because as a goal you'll have your, well, you want that damage reduction, it's always nice. And then of course United Ordeal for additional stats, especially if you play with one ghoul. So it's definitely situational, but a lot of the cards, because yeah, this is about as optimal as I can get a Choo Choo build. Capitalizing on as much damage as I possibly can. But again, all 5 cards. Endurance, Luck, Intelligence, Strength, and Agility. Minus this card, completely optional, and as I always mention, take them for the team. So this is my Choo Choo build. I don't have to change my legendary cards, and all the entire build benefits off of them. We have our energy build here. This is a laser energy build, and very similar to how our setup is for our heavy gunner. Instead of all the bullet stacks, we have some of them, but almost identical. Even if I pulled up the beginner build, you're gonna see very similar comparisons. But again, no change. And then let's go to my actual melee build. Now this one's different because we're actually using a melee weapon. So we don't really need that much charisma, we can fit everything that we actually need here. Now technically I can optimize this a little bit more. Like for here, I can move these 3 points into charisma for United Ordeal, but meh. I forgot why I have the extra 3 points in here. But again, Endurance, Luck, Intelligence, Strength, and Agility, no change there. But for any of our newer friends and anyone who is like curious about builds, this is how simple the builds are in the game. Once you have one setup, or if you use anything relatively close to what I'm using, you have a build for every single build in the game. The only difference is if you prefer more utility, or if you prefer something over another thing. That will change the way a build works for you. But you're gonna see, at least in regards to like if you enjoy my builds and you enjoy running some of my stuff, it's as much as I hate to say it, it's all the same. It is min-max to push out the most amount of damage for all weapons that I could possibly use. Onslaught. Full crits. VATS hit chance, because VATS hit chance is important. If you can hit 95% of the time, all the time, you're always going to be hitting. And you're always going to be critting. Very important, which is why I stand close to my targets. Again, can't stress this enough, that's why I use these cards and I use this. Because 20 stacks times 5, 100% damage. You have 100% damage from Furious if you're using Furious. You're going to have 100% close range damage. Then you're also going to have Gorilla for another additional 20% close range damage. A lot of people, I've been getting some recent questions about Downranger. Now, unless this is multiplicative, that's all you got for long range. It's still useful. Definitely still useful, and people do use it. I'm not saying it's a bad card. But for optimizing purely for damage, you get significantly more being close up to your target. But not everyone plays like that, so that's completely reasonable and I understand. And some people don't like using these cards because they want to fit in sneak or crippling. So everyone has their own different preference. But how do you feel about Stealth Onslaught for Stealth Enforcer MR? Both are great actually, Dawnstar. Stealth for me though, I don't find it as useful just because it's super limited. Unless you are focusing on or focusing that kind of content, stealth builds are very, very limited. Because you can't do a lot of the nuke bosses stealth consistently, because once you get found, it's really hard to go into sneak. You can sneak in stage 1 for the raids, but the rest of the raids, you can't sneak. So all those cards and all those benefits don't really give you anything. You can definitely sneak for like public events, a lot of the public events, daily ops and expeditions, you can't really sneak. You can maybe hold it for a second or two and then you're immediately found in most cases. But when you're using it on the content that you're actually able to do it, it's very, very good. Very strong. What legendary perk do you prefer? Your build is very similar to mine. You just have some utility for raid. So for me, these are the 5 main cards that I use for every single build that I have. It doesn't matter what it is. These are always going to be the 5 cards. Endurance, luck, intelligence, strength, and agility. The 6th card, I always leave it optional to other players, because other players, or everyone has their own preference. When in groups, take them for the team. When playing solo, and why strength over perception? Because with perception, the more points in it is fine. I mean, you can't go wrong with either option, but strength gives me carry weight. But in this instance, I guess in some of the instances, you can choose one or the other. Depending on how much points you're willing to invest into it. So, let's say that I had maxed out perception over strength. I would save 5 points, but those 5 points would go into strength anyway. Or vice versa, how it is. It'll be the same, but the different benefits are, I guess, it determines on the build. And make the difference with the points, yeah. The main reason why though is because if I wanted to swap into a strength build, I don't have to swap my perk card out. And if I forget to swap that perk card out, it's not really a big deal, but you lose a couple cards and you have to fix it every time. I'm a dingus. I forget to swap things a lot. There have been days where I've run my ammo factory the entire time, 3 hours of raids, and I'd be like, why am I not doing a lot of damage? Like, my numbers are there, but they're not there at the same time. I go through my cards, they're all the same. I look at my legendaries, I'm like, I take one for the team as Ammo Smith. So, it's a little bit easier for me as well. You only have 4 legendary slots, so what card should I use? It all comes down to what you feel is important for you or for your build. In regards to choosing which one to get first, if you are trying to go something similar to mine, think of the benefits that you get from it and the cards that you can save from it. If you're looking for or to get more out of leveling, intelligence would be a great first card. I usually recommend intelligence for the first card because XP. So if a double XP comes up, you'll have the maxed out card or at least some levels in it on top of the 15 points directly. So you'll have some good benefits off of it, whether you're not using it to its full potential. And then, of course, if you're trying to reduce or increase the amount of luck that you have, so you can crit every other shot with limit breakings, luck, endurance for tankiness, strength for carry weight or melee damage, and agility for max AP. Of course, each set is going to have different kinds of cards that you could prioritize. But intelligence definitely number one. Runecraft built 2 raids yesterday, like 3 raids before I noticed. I feel that. You always recommend a special legendary card as the first 2 or 3, yes. Because the legendary specials, you can see it, like you can see how big of a difference having legendary specials does for your build. I mean, of course, everyone has their own preferences. I know many folks who don't maybe use like 1 or 2 and that's it. Everything else is util, and it works, because that's their preference. But you can beef up your builds so much with specials. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Also, Dawnstar, thank you so much for the follow. I didn't even know I have any open slots until now. I think 350 or 300 is the max for your 6. Fairly new ghoul, do you have tips for managing glow? I've been scared to use glow perks since I don't have any rads. So for ghouls, it's very easy to manage glow. There's a couple ways to go about it. I personally like glowing gut. I think it is the cheapest and easiest way to manage your glow. Because with glowing gut, even if you have high radiation, it takes 2 or 3 toxic goo to fill up. So when you're fighting, once they fix the sorting, if you are a crit user and you like to use canned coffees, what I like to do with controller, specifically controller, because PC you have hotkeys, is you have 2 things. I usually do wait, but locking is honestly the better option, because you're probably not going to be locking too many foods. But you would want to keep your canned coffee and toxic goo here. So let's say that I'm fighting something right now. I popped a bunch of canned coffees, right? And I'm using my AP, it's fine, but I'm taking a lot of damage. My glow disappears, but I still have glow cards. But since I don't have any glow, I need to re-up on it. What I would do is just quickly open up my perk, or my Pip-Boy, quick 2, and I'm back in action. And just keep doing that. It takes 2 seconds to open up your Pip-Boy and press a button twice, and then close it. And then, or like a second. If you're using a hotkey, with mouse and key, hotkey it to your, to 1, 2, or 3, whatever is comfortable for you, and then you have your glow that way. And you can pop it and keep your character, or you can technically get rid of stim packs. But with controller, you'll have them both here at the top, allowing you to quickly go up and down to select which one you need in the middle of a fight. You just use Westech for goo? Yep. Some people like toxic water. I think goo is just... gives you just a little bit more. Toxic water is about the same. But I prefer the goo. Minigames lets you switch loadouts on the fly when in combat. Wish we didn't need the station to do save load swaps. Or loadout swaps? That would be cool. Been using spoiled Brahmin milk, but that's more time investment plus side. It weighs less, yeah. Yeah, another thing that some people use is spoiled meat. Spoiled meat is also a great option, but they are a little bit heavier, I think, depending on the amount you carry. But you do have to take, I think, about double than a toxic goo, so 4. Glowing gut plus 2 hikers and ton of toxic goo, yes. Radiation Rumble is goated for ghouls, just hide in the tunnel. Can be very easily become unkillable there, yeah? And how'd you get all your canned coffee? Trades. I've tried doing farming. It is still a great way, but the amount of coffees that I use a day is too much to farm in a day. I use about 5 Well, it's cut down now, but still like 250, 300 coffees a day is a lot. It would take me roughly 10 hours with 10 workshops if they all produced at the same time to get enough to last a day. Because each coffee maker produces 4, if I can get 4, it would... Oh snap. Damn it, I forgot to clock it. Doesn't through hiker count for toxic goo? It does. Toxic goo is a food and a food drink, so it does work with the through hikers. Did you know locked ingredients on your character are broken right now, even if you're sitting on for using locked consumables like salt and stew? Hold on 1 second. Yeah. You're holding like 508 goo right now, weighs 38 pounds with 2 hikers? Hell yeah. I need to do that someday. I usually carry about 200 or 300 and then I have to re-up. I have to re-up like every 2.5 hours. Next being something to clean the toilet. Did you know there was a coffee machines? Yes. You can get coffee machines a couple of ways. If you want the free way, it is for... What is it called? Espresso machine. I believe people have said that it's here in Foundation. I don't know if it's locked behind rep, but it's an espresso machine for canned coffees. The other way is in the Atomic Shop, especially if they have it as an individual item. I highly recommend getting one if you don't have it. Yeah. Yeah, you can potentially find it as an individual item here in the Atomic Shop, but if you want to get it now, if you go to your bundles, I have the bundle already, but you can get the Cold Shoulder Starter Bundle. I recommend this one because the auto wax it's decent, but it's not as great. Cold Shoulder I feel like is going to be more useful to players in general. Great starter weapon if you make a new character. It's great for raids, it's great for endgame content, and has cryo that slows enemies, and it's one of the best shotguns in the game. It is a whole package. The money for, or the add-ons just for the gun is worth it, because not only that, you get the weapon on all of your characters and any future characters that you make. That's the plus side. But you also get the canned coffee machine. Keep in mind, one canned coffee machine is all you need unless you're going for themes. If you get this one and you get the espresso machine, it's the same. You can only carry one or place one at a time. So if you're planning on going for the free one, get the free one. If you don't mind or if you plan on buying the pack, get the pack one with preferably recommended Cold Shoulder. Oh, reading the Cold Shoulder right now because it's fun. It is. It's a glorious weapon. Yeah, that is a couple ways that you can get the coffee machine. I do recommend the free route, but I mean, coffees are pretty solid. There's many options as well, and before anyone silently messages me as, hey, conductors. If you're having issues with your VATS, Conductors is a phenomenal 4-star if you can get your hands on it. Pairs very well with max AP. Max AP can be obtained through agility or food buffs. No, max AP food buffs, but mainly agility. You can have a couple 3-stars like active, agility 2 stars, beef that up. And the reason why that's important is the higher your AP is, your max AP is, the slower your degen for AP consumption is going to be. Since conductors every time you crit, if you're able to crit every other shot, you'll be able to refresh a portion of that used AP. So essentially, for some weapons, if they're super duper low AP cost and you have a pretty nice handful of max AP, you can have infinite VATs. and it is a phenomenal option. Some people prefer to not go the max AP setup. They'll just put on conductors, get their crits ready to go, and they'll use 1 or 2 AP refresh foods or drinks. Coffees, candies, sunshine oils, sweet blackberry teas, things like that. Like 1, 2, depending on the weapon. It saves you resources. So that's something that you want to consider and at least kind of like get yourself situated with before you start fully diving into coffees or any AP refresh foods or drinks. I would consider and trying conductors first. See how it feels. And if you like it, you saved yourself some time, some money, and some resources. If you feel like you want to do just more damage, use pinpointers or whatever, then you can use the conductors as a placeholder to farm up your coffees and farm up your AP refresh stuff. Because another thing that you can do, if you don't want to do the coffees, it's a little bit rough to farm, but it is definitely worth it. You have 2 foods: sweet blackberry teas and sunshine oils. Sunshine oils being the best AP refresh drink in the game because it gives you 400 AP over the 300 coffee gives, and it also gives you damage resistance. Stacks just like coffees, so you use less. But they're a pain in the ass to farm just because of how much blight you'll need to even craft a small handful. I'll show you guys. So we have all the way down here, we have our sunshine oils. This, glorious. Just really rough, because yes, it takes glowing blood, sugar bombs, and blight. But if you're able to get lucky enough and farm up enough sugar bombs and the I wouldn't say the mental capacity, but the mental patience of farming. Let's say you wanted to do 1,000. You need 3,000 blights, man. 3,000 blight to craft 1,000 of these suckers, man. And they go by quick still, but they're the best. The other option is one that I recently started doing, especially on PC, because it's hard to find coffees, is sweet blackberry teas. Now they are less than coffees. It's kind of hard to farm just because of the starlight berries, but you can mass produce them. I think I have a starlight berry route on YouTube, but it should yield you around like 200 or 300 depending on if you use the if you get lucky with Sam Newman's buff, green Backwoodsman magazine, Backwoodsman 4 with green thumb. Have that, you get about 8, and if you're lucky enough to get a bunch of them to spawn, it's a lot. And then resetting your loot using Summersville or whatever your second location is a lot faster than using workshops, because this is my own personal experience with the workshop for the collection. About 4 or 5 hours of farming, I probably got around 50 between 6-ish 6 workshops collected with the collectron there. About 50. 30 minutes of my time doing a route, over 200. So within those 5 to 6 hours, I probably could have farmed up about 1,000. So farming it is better. And then blackberries you can cluster and turbo fruit at your camp, so it's a little bit easier. Sugar is easy to farm as well. Snaptail reeds, which you can find a nice hefty handful if you start here, right at the fork in the river, and work your way down all the way over to Voltech Agricultural Research Center. Gamma green tea does give you extra bonuses to the yield, and if you want to go even further, cut upwards or west of the river and move back down south all the way up until Ohio River Adventures. You'll get a nice little extra handful of snaptail reeds. a very nice route. It's pretty long, but it's solid. It can yield you a pretty hefty handful of snaptail reeds to cook into sugar. But another alternative for AP refresh stuff. And then last but not least, if you don't want conductors, or if you don't want to use any AP refresh, and you just want to casually pop your crits every so often, powered, 2-star. Last option I would have to say, Action Boy, Action Girl, Action Ghoul does stack. Or Company T with Hard Lemonade. If you want to go above and beyond, all three. It stacks tremendous diminishing returns, but they stack. But basically what that is it's passive AP regen. So if I had power on right now and I'm moving, you can see that my AP is not regenning, right? And if I stop, this is passive regen. Because I'm not consuming it, so it's passively regenning. That's what those foods and drinks, or those I guess AP regen bonuses are for. Coffees, sunshine oils, blackberry teas, those are active. So if I'm in my vats and I pop enough canned coffees, I can hold infinite vats for 25 seconds. Or, for example, you can see that my AP is going down, right? A little hard to see. We'll pop one of these. And you can see that it's not moving. It's jiggling because I'm over encumbered, but it's not moving down. Because I took one coffee, and it's making me keep my infinite AP because the consumption is so low. That's active AP consumption. That's the way that I put it. I don't think that's the actual terminology, but the actual way to address it, but that's how I address it. So that's why coffees and those kinds of drinks are very, very sought after and very important. But there are so many ways to handle your crits. Cheap ways, in my opinion, I'm going to be leaning more towards lazy ways because to save on coffees just a little bit, which is going to be the powered Action Boy, Action Girl Company T combination, because it's nice. It's small downtime. So, future. Here's cakes for AP refresh, birthdays, and pumpkins. Yes, yes, we also have those cakes. Thank you for reminding me of that, Seattle. Ghouls, you can get the best of both worlds if you use Toxic Cake or the Goo Cake. If you stockpile a bunch of those, you get the bonuses of your glow and AP refresh. It is just as good as coffees, if not, I believe, maybe the same as sunshine oils. It's 400, right? If it's 400, it's the same as sunshines. But Sharps, hope you're having a good day. Mighty, gotta go feed the dog. Hope you find that pic. Since as funny as I did, I got you, dog. I appreciate you coming on in. Thank you for the info, Nick. Shame I'm gonna forget in about 5 minutes. And what's the best use for caps, not counting fast traveling? Wanted posters and junk, or vendor hopping with players. Learn something new every day. The game doesn't really explain this sort of stuff. Yeah. And since we're on the topic of just like kind of learning new stuff every day, for any of our newer friends, because this just reminded me of that. Field of view. If you're on console or any platform, whatever your button is for field of view or third person, and you want to have a bigger view, when you're in third person, press and hold that button down again. And for controller, drag down on your right analog. It'll increase your field of view. If you have PC and you change the thing, you'll be able to push it back even further. For mouse, I believe it's V, or whatever you have a keybind to. Press it, hold it, and then drag down on your mouse. You'll be able to increase your field of view. Random thing that clicked for that. Okay, follow first again. Seems like good investment for someone that grinds a lot. Yeah. And Jelly, it's an MMORPG. It ain't explaining nada. And you can change field of view settings on the console too. Yeah. Not by much though. Right? No. No, you can't. You could change your depth field. But that's it. We don't have any kind of field of view slider. That is only for PC. Razor grinding flower. Oh my god. If anyone remembers that terrible time, I was trying to find coffees and I made a massive razor grain farm and I probably spent like hours upon hours just forming a bunch of razor grain flower because it is also an AP refresh. But I would have like 1,000 and it would be gone in the first raid. Gone in the first raid. Because you have to take so many of them just to sustain it. But there's a low mods that show like certain farming nodes. I can either confirm or deny that, Ludes. I have no idea. I know some people have things like that where they highlight plants or highlight nodes. Um, they're still playing, they're still fine, but I think as long as you're not abusing the mod system, you'll be fine. But, friends, I actually have to get going. I actually stayed on a little bit longer than I should have. But I'm going to send you guys over to another wonderful streamer. Hope you guys don't mind hanging out with me for just a little bit longer. We're going to go ahead and shoot you guys over to... Let's see. Send you guys over to Messar. There we go. Have a safe trip. Thanks for your help, of course, of course. I will actually be here tomorrow, guys. I'm leaving on Thursday, but there is a possibility that I might actually end up... streaming before I leave. We'll have to see, though. But, since we got all of that out of the way in terms of like the beginner stuff and all that other good stuff, we're gonna go back to what we normally do. Tomorrow we are going to be doing public events and all that other good stuff, and we are going to be just kind of chilling, tinkering with some silly builds and just kind of screwing around. Do aliens, get some 4 stars, all that good stuff. I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Again, I do apologize for today's, I guess, if it seemed that I was a little bit aggressive. Yeah. Sorry if I seemed a little aggressive today. But we're over that hill. But I hope everyone takes it easy. Happy hunting, good luck, and I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Peace.